Hey everyone. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most stressful careers in ancient history, being a Mayan priest during a solar eclipse. Imagine fasting, bleeding, and chanting nonstop while the sky goes dark. The villagers panic, and your king, who thinks he's a god, demands answers. Immediately, you're not just a priest. You're the official scapegoat when the cosmos throws a tantrum. So light a candle, get cozy, and prepare to feel grateful you weren't born in a jungle with a bone knife and an eclipse schedule. If you enjoy these sarcastic bedtime history stories, don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what time it is where you are. It's always fun to see who else can't sleep. Now let's begin. Let's set the scene. It's midday. The sun is shining, birds are chirping. Someone's probably grinding maize a few rooftops away. The plaza smells like sweat, incense, and panic. Because suddenly, without warning to the regular folk, the light begins to fade. Shadows stretch. People freeze. And you, the high-ranking priest of the great Mayan city-state, are shoved into center stage like a bad actor thrust onto a collapsing set. Welcome to the eclipse. And you, lucky soul, are now the only thing standing between your entire civilization and cosmic annihilation. No pressure. You're not just a priest anymore. No. You're the human embodiment of fix this now or we all die. A living panic button. A ceremonial meat shield. The one expected to smile calmly while the gods throw a tantrum across the sky. And if you mess up, even slightly, your fate lies somewhere between public humiliation and ritual disembowelment. Because here's the thing, the people don't understand astronomy. They don't have a podcast. They haven't seen a science diagram. They've never had the sun vanish in the middle of lunch before. To them, this isn't physics. It's war. A war between the gods. And the sky is losing. So when the sunlight vanishes like a curtain closing on reality, every peasant, noble, merchant, and half-bored ceremonial dancer in the city turns toward one person with wide eyes and twitching fear. You, the priest, the one who was supposed to know when this was coming, the one who was supposed to stop it. Let's be honest. Most of your job up to this point has been performance. You chant, you wave feathers, you burn incense that smells like mossy despair. You walk slowly up a pyramid in robes heavier than your dignity. And people believe in you. They trust your rituals will keep the sun shining, the crops growing, and the gods vaguely appeased. But now, the sky just shut off, and all those years of chanting feel insufficient. You don't even get a second to process what's happening because suddenly the square below the temple is a mass of screaming. People are throwing themselves on the ground. Some are weeping, others yelling ancient curse words. One guy is aggressively head-butting a statue of a jaguar god like it personally betrayed him. Somewhere in the crowd, a mother holds up her baby and screams, "Take him instead." You know what this means. They think the gods are angry. They want a sacrifice. And they want you to tell them what kind, how big, how soon, and whether it needs feathers. And here's the sick joke. You didn't know this was coming. Sort of. You knew an eclipse was possible. Maybe even likely, because you've been tracking the stars and the calendar stones and listening to that one elder priest with the bird bone calculator and the twitching who always says cryptic things like the moon will devour the sky. But knowing it's coming and facing it in real time are two completely different things. Because right now, the sky is black, the temperature is dropping, the birds have gone silent, and the world feels wrong. You don't get to cry. You don't get to panic. You don't even get to blink too fast. You're a priest. So you lift your arms, fill your lungs with sacred theater, and shout a phrase that loosely translates to, "It's fine," which is priest code for, "We're about to kill a chicken and pray like hell." Because that's all you can do. You send your junior priest, the one who still cries during bloodletting, to get the ceremonial blade and a few unlucky volunteers. You kneel, pour salt on a stone, and mutter words your ancestors made up thousands of years ago. You burn copal resin. You draw glyphs in ash and chicken blood. You chant, You tremble slightly, but only the trained eyes of other priests notice that you're stalling for time because the eclipse is lasting longer than expected. Meanwhile, the crowd quiets slightly. They're watching you, measuring your confidence. And like toddlers watching an adult during turbulence, they'll only stay calm as long as you do. You are the lighthouse in this storm of superstitious dread. But inside, you're screaming. Because if this eclipse wasn't supposed to last this long, if the sun doesn't come back exactly when it's meant to, then something is wrong with the stars. And if something is wrong with the stars, well, you were raised to believe that meant the gods were rearranging fate. And they usually do that with blood. Yours, if necessary. The sacrifice begins. The drums start. The crowd goes quiet again. Not reverent silence. More like that tense, too quiet moment before a wild animal lunges. You cut the chicken. You draw glyphs with its blood. You light the incense. You climb the temple steps and throw the smoking bundle toward the sunless sky. And then you wait. Seconds feel like lifetimes. Someone in the crowd sobs. He failed. You inhale sharply. Then, like a miracle wrapped in astronomical accuracy, the light begins to return. The sun peeks through the edge of the moon. You point and shout. The gods have heard us. A roar goes up from the crowd. Someone faints. Someone else starts frantically kissing a frog statue. You're swarmed by junior priests hugging you, chanting your name. The king, who definitely considered executing you 5 minutes ago, offers you a nod that says, "You live." For now, you didn't control the sun. You didn't save the world, but you survived the panic. And that's your real job, isn't it? You're not just a priest. You're a panic translator, a celestial babysitter, a PR agent for angry gods. And today, you got lucky. Let's hope the next eclipse isn't a full one, because that's when the real terror begins. So, the sun came back. Barely. And now the people are breathing again. The crowd is cheering, and somewhere in the chaos, someone's probably naming their newborn after you. Because you, the all-knowing, feather-draped priest, have saved the day. Congratulations. Now get back to work. Because while the eclipse might be over, the real crisis is just beginning. The gods aren't satisfied. That tiny hiccup in the sky, that moment of darkness, yeah, that wasn't a one-time scare. According to your sacred calendar, which, by the way, is just a fancy rock with very intense doodles, this was a divine message. Blood is due. And not just any blood. Divine blood. Royal adjacent. Spiritually significant. This person smells like corn and destiny. Type blood. And guess what? You're fresh out of volunteers. Because somehow, mysteriously, no one wants to be sacrificed today. Weird, right? Now, in theory, sacrifices are a sacred honor. A ticket to the afterlife's VIP lounge. That's what the scrolls say. That's what the king says. That's what you say, on repeat, with extra dramatic hand gestures. But in practice, when the ceremonial obsidian blade is being sharpened and the altar is getting wiped down with holy water and regret, suddenly, everyone has a limp, or a prophecy, or they're pretty sure the gods meant someone else this time. And so, your temple courtyard, normally brimming with fanatics desperate to die for the harvest, is suspiciously quiet. There's the sound of a drum echoing in the distance. A bird caws. Someone coughs awkwardly. The mood is less holy ritual and more awkward family dinner where no one wants to talk about the will. You scan the crowd for a face that says, "Willing victim." Nothing. You glance toward your junior priest. He gives you a panicked look that says, "Don't even think about it." Even the prisoners you've been saving for just such a crisis are suddenly inconveniently dead, escaped, or dramatically uncooperative. You're down to 3 options. The king's cousin, who's valuable and definitely too annoying to kill. A noble's teenage son, whose father donates a lot of corn. Yourself. Now sure, you could sacrifice yourself, but you're the high priest. That would be like firing your IT guy in the middle of a ransomware attack. Yes, it might impress the gods, but then who's going to decode the sunstones and chant for rain? Not to mention, you really don't want to die. You just got promoted to head shaman. Your ceremonial sandals are finally broken in, and you were promised a new robe stitched with real bird feathers next solstice. So you stall. You tell the people the gods have sent a sign, but they're still deciding. You light incense. You chant. You dance around the altar like it's interpretive theater night and hope no one notices the delay. Meanwhile, the king is watching. His expression is part confusion, part, if this goes wrong, I blame you. You feel his gaze like a jaguar licking its teeth. So you lean into the drama. You say things like, "We must search the city for the chosen one." You declare that the gods will reveal their vessel before sunset. You order your junior priest to fan out, knock on doors, and look for anyone suspiciously holy looking, or just alone and not very well connected. And here's where it gets awkward. Because this isn't the first time this has happened. You've done this before. Several times. Too many, really. And the people are starting to catch on. There's a rumor floating around that being blessed just means about to be stabbed dramatically in public. Last week, someone fainted during morning prayers and was almost immediately nominated as the chosen sacrifice of Yum Cox, the corn god. Turned out they were just dizzy from skipping breakfast. Whoops. So now, everyone's suddenly very healthy and incredibly humble. No one wants attention. No one's fainting. One woman is actually pretending to be illiterate to avoid getting called on. You're surrounded by cowards with survival instincts. And honestly, you get it. But the problem is this. If you don't find someone soon, the gods and the people are going to get cranky. And when gods get cranky in Mayan mythology, they don't just send floods or droughts. No, they unleash jaguar spirits, celestial plagues, and that one screaming skeleton god who nobody likes. So here you are, a holy man, ordained by the stars, educated in sacred geometry, trained in the fine art of bloodletting, and you're spending your afternoon knocking on doors and interviewing people like a desperate talent scout for human sacrifice. You've hit rock bottom, but it's a ceremonial rock, and you'll be lighting incense on it in 5 minutes. At last, you find someone, a quiet, awkward boy with no family, no social rank, and, critically, no one to object. He stutters. He's nervous. He clearly doesn't want to die, which makes him perfect. You declare him the chosen. You announce to the city that the gods have spoken. You perform the ritual, dramatic robes, loud chants, fire and feathers and smoke. And as the boy's life spills onto the altar, you say the sacred words that your people have heard for generations. Balance is restored. But deep inside, you're just relieved the king didn't point to you. Let's say you're a priest in a modern lab. You've got telescopes, computers, maybe a little climate-controlled office with a coffee machine that doesn't hate you. You do equations. You email colleagues. You wear glasses, not jaguar pelts. You predict a solar eclipse down to the second, notify NASA, and maybe tweet about it. But you're a Mayan priest. Your lab is a platform on top of a pyramid. Your instruments are carved rocks, half-burned sticks, and a pile of entrails arranged to look like a star map. And instead of a coffee machine, you have a junior priest who just fainted from dehydration and fear. Welcome to Mayan astronomy, where science is sacred, math is terrifying, and your best data source is sometimes a screaming parrot. Now, to be clear, the Mayans were brilliant. Don't let the feather capes fool you. These people knew their math. They tracked Venus with better accuracy than Europe would manage for another 1,000 years. They developed a complex calendar system involving cycles of time so intricate, modern historians still get nosebleeds trying to decode them. But they also used animal guts to interpret celestial moods, because it wasn't enough to know that Venus would reappear in 584 days. You also had to ask the gods whether they were feeling good about that. And how do you ask a god? Easy. You sacrifice a chicken, spread out its steaming, slippery insides on a sacred plate, and read the vibes. No, really. They had professional diviners whose job was to stare at goat livers and determine whether Mercury was going to retrograde your entire corn harvest. And you, as a priest, had to balance it all. The math, the moons, the mess. So let's walk through your process. Step 1. Climb the temple. Always at dawn. Always before breakfast. You carry with you a stone tablet, a ceremonial staff, and the crushing knowledge that if you screw this up, people might die. Or worse, you might die. Again. Step 2. Align the sighting stones. These are carved pillars placed with terrifying accuracy. You peer between them and mark where the sun rises, or where Venus blinks, or where some star refuses to behave. You squint into the distance, trying not to sneeze, blink, or cry from the smoke of last night's incense ritual that's still wafting up your robe. Step 3. Consult the calendar. Not the nice wall kind. No. This one's carved into a wheel the size of a canoe and requires advanced math, a small army of assistants, and probably a psychic. The calendar combines that soak in 260-day sacred cycle, the Hob, 365-day solar calendar, and something called the long count, which tracks time from the beginning of the universe to whenever the gods get bored. Step 4. Cross-check with the Book of Shadows, aka the Codex. It's basically a notebook filled with illustrations of gods doing weird things to animals, cryptic warnings, and math equations written by someone who was probably high on cactus smoke. Step 5. Realize the sky is wrong. Again, because here's the twist. Even with all this work, the heavens sometimes change the script. A star blinks too soon. A shadow appears in the wrong spot. The moon pouts. And suddenly, your perfectly calculated prediction looks like a toddler drew on a tortilla. So what do? You blame the gods. And consult a dead bird. Yes. You pull out a sacrifice, usually a small animal, sometimes a monkey if the stakes are high, and perform a ritual that looks like a combination of surgery, interpretive dance, and a really confused cooking show. You interpret what the entrails are feeling. Are they coiled too tight? Is the spleen weeping? Does the liver look like last season's eclipse? You nod sagely, even though you're mostly just making educated guesses based on how uncomfortable the intestines are making you feel. Then you announce your findings with full confidence, like any good expert. The gods say, wait 3 days and sacrifice a nobleman's goat. Then Venus will return with favorable omens, which is a fancy way of saying, I have no idea, but let's stall and hope the sky fixes itself. And here's the kicker. Despite all this chaos, it usually worked. Not because the guts were magic, but because Mayan priests kept incredible records, observed the skies for generations, built complex astronomical databases in their own way, passed through oral tradition, blood-stained ledgers, and stone carvings. They used rituals as a delivery system for real observational astronomy. It was science, covered in feathers, delivered with flair and blood. So yes, you might look ridiculous waving a burning branch at Venus while whispering prayers to its Samna, the sky god. But deep down, beneath the theatrics, you're doing math that would make 18th century European astronomers weep into their powdered wigs. And the best part, you're never allowed to say, I don't know. Because the moment you admit doubt, you're no longer divine. You're just a guy in a dress on a roof looking at stars and panicking. And that's not comforting to the masses. So instead, you make a declaration. The stars speak. The gods agree. Tomorrow, we sacrifice a rabbit. The people cheer. The sky glows with post-eclipse calm. And you wipe goat blood off your robe and pretend this all makes sense. Because it's not just astronomy. It's theology, theater, and survival. All with a side of entrails. Alright, let's say you're a priest, and you've been preparing for this eclipse for months. You've chanted. You've calculated. You've smeared enough chicken blood on stone to qualify as a mobile butcher shop. You've stared at the stars so long they show up when you blink. And now it's eclipse day, which means one thing. You cannot be late. Because in the Mayan world, time isn't just time. It's sacred. It's divine. It's a cosmic schedule the gods themselves expect you to keep. And if you miss it, you don't just get yelled at. You get sacrificed. Possibly by the guy you trained last week. Because here's the fun part. You're not just expected to predict the eclipse. You're expected to publicly react to it with a series of extremely specific, divinely approved rituals, down to the minute. Too early? The gods might think you're rushing them. Too late? They might think you forgot. Either way, you're doomed. Now, of course, we modern folk think, what's a few seconds here or there? Well, back then, a few seconds could mean blight, or war, or the stars falling out of alignment, and bringing about the spiritual equivalent of a civilization-wide migraine. The Mayans didn't mess around with time. Their calendars weren't just for birthdays and eclipses. They were cosmic blueprints, maps of destiny carved in stone and math. Entire political events were scheduled according to what day the universe thought it was. So if you, the priest, failed to perform the bloodletting dance exactly at the moment the moon kissed the sun, you weren't just a bad employee. You were a cosmic liability. And nobody likes a cosmic liability. Let's imagine what happens. It's eclipse day. You're on top of your pyramid, crowd below, incense burning, and all eyes, from the king's smug cousin to the parrot that never stops judging you, are fixed on you. And then clouds. Just a few wispy ones. But they roll in right before the shadow hits. You squint. You panic. You lose the rhythm of the stars. The timing is off by maybe 30 seconds. You hold the knife aloft. The drum beats start. Too early. The blood hits the altar. Too late. The shadow finally darkens the sky. But the people gasp in fear, not awe. You just fumbled a sacred alignment. Congratulations. You are now the most hated man in the kingdom. Within seconds, the whispering starts. He missed the sign. The gods are insulted. Is that a bad omen, or is he just bad at his job? Suddenly, the king's royal advisor, a man who's been waiting years for this, raises his eyebrows and loudly announces, "Perhaps the gods require a new priest." And you smile, nervously, because that sounds a lot like a performance review with a knife at the end. Because here's the thing. When your entire civilization is built around celestial precision, a bad priest is a threat to national stability. It's not just about crops and eclipses. It's about trust. And if people think the gods aren't listening to you, they assume the gods aren't listening to anyone, which leads to fear. Fear leads to unrest. Unrest leads to coups. And coups lead to you being pushed down a very long staircase while on fire. So what happens next? You're summoned for an audience. The king is smiling, which is terrifying. He asks if you'd like to explain yourself. You launch into a passionate monologue about cloud coverage, divine uncertainty, and how maybe the gods meant for the ritual to be slightly off. You use words like symbolic realignment and ritual improvisation. And he nods, slowly, then asks if your junior priest is ready to take over. You gulp. There's a long pause, and that's when you pull out your last card. You declare that the mistake was intentional, a spiritual test, a necessary imbalance to restore future harmony, a minor, temporary sacrifice for long-term divine gain. And somehow, miraculously, it works. The crowd murmurs in awe. The king pretends he understands. Your junior priest faints with relief. You live to chant another day. But the message is clear: never miss again. Because next time, you're the offering, and the gods love a punctual sacrifice. Here's a fun little lie they told you as a baby priest. The gods will guide your mind. What they meant was, you'll get basic math, a few dozen memorized chants, a calendar carved into a boulder, and a stern elderly mentor who hisses if you ask too many questions. And yet, despite this underwhelming toolkit, you're now expected to predict the sun's emotional state. Like for real. Not just sunrise and sunset stuff. No, they want to know if the sun will be happy next week, if it'll be angry tomorrow, if a shadow is forming somewhere above the mountains that might mean drought, plague, or divine apocalypse. And all you've got to help you figure this out is a handful of sacred beings that may or may not represent planets, a star map drawn on deer hide with fish blood, and a ceremonial rattle that doubles as a calculator if you shake it twice and then cry. Welcome to cosmic forecasting. It's like being a weatherman, except instead of clouds and barometers, you're working with dreams, vague glyphs, and a possibly sarcastic sun god who hasn't sent a clear sign since your cousin accidentally sacrificed a turtle upside down. Now let's talk education. Your training started when you were 8. You were pulled from your family and sent to the priesthood because your aunt said you looked mystical. From that point on, your curriculum included how to chant with a straight face while bleeding, how to fold banana leaves without angering the rain spirits, and a math system based on dots, bars, and just feel out. To be fair, the Mayan numeral system was genius. Base 20, beautifully efficient, but also wildly unforgiving when used to calculate the fate of humanity. You miss a dot? Oops, now you predicted that the world ends on Tuesday. Get one bar too long? Congrats. You just scheduled a national sacrifice during a lunar hangover. And don't get me started on interpreting glyphs. Your calendar stones, which weigh roughly as much as a stubborn llama, are carved with thousands of tiny symbols. They tell you things like, on the 4th day of Can in the 12th Bacton, Venus will rise before the jaguar god of the underworld eats the moon's twin. What does that mean? Well, you're the priest. Aren't you supposed to know? You nod sagely. You say something vague like, it is a time of transformation and vigilance. And the king claps politely, already planning your funeral if the crops die this month. But inside, you're doing math like this. 13 backtons equals 1 full world cycle. 1 ton equals 360 days. Eclipse shadow equals 1.3 tons, maybe. Total solar exposure equals. Emotional stability of the gods equals good luck. You are 1 decimal away from plunging your entire civilization into ceremonial panic. And every night before bed, you stare at your sacred notes, your bone dice, your half-burnt deer scrolls, and whisper, "Please let the sun be chill tomorrow." Now don't misunderstand. This isn't all doom and gloom. There's some joy in your work. Like that one time you correctly predicted the return of Venus, and the city threw a 3-day party in your honor. You got free honey, an extra feather in your hat, and only 1 assassination attempt. But for every correct prediction, there's a dozen disasters you somehow dodge by chanting louder and sacrificing a parrot with extra flair. Because at the end of the day, your cosmic knowledge is mostly old priest rumors, educated guesses, mild hallucinations from breathing incense for 7 hours. And yet, people believe you. They bring you gifts. They bring you babies for blessings. They ask when to plant, when to marry, and when to definitely not go outside because the sky will turn inside out. They trust you, and that trust weighs more than any robe you've worn. Because if the sun explodes tomorrow, or just looks a little off, you know who they'll blame. Not the sky, not the gods. You. So you fake another smile, trace your finger over the carved lines in the calendar, and declare with holy confidence, "The sun smiles upon us for now." Then you go home, collapse face first onto a woven mat, and hope no one notices the nervous sweat soaking your ceremonial beard. You've got 10,000 pairs of eyes on you. Most are wide with awe. A few are narrowed in suspicion. One child is crying, possibly because of the blood, possibly because of the drumbeat that sounds like the gods are warming up for a thunderclap. And you're center stage, standing on top of your pyramid temple, in full ceremonial regalia, sweating like a cursed pig under a jungle sun. Try not to pass out from incense inhalation and performance anxiety. Because this isn't just a ritual. This is a show. A celestial, sacred, absolutely horrifying show. And you are the star performer. And everyone expects you to be brilliant. You're not just some priest in a back room whispering at bones. You're the public face of divine stability. You stand between the heavens and the harvest. You are, technically speaking, the last line of defense between the sun shining and the corn dying. No pressure. The people below you are waiting for the signs, the ones you're supposed to interpret with flawless grace. They expect certainty, drama, and answers, preferably in poetic verse. And if they don't get it, they panic, because a single misstep during this ceremony could mean the gods are angry. And angry gods don't just smite, they destroy economies. They whisper to rival kingdoms. They send plagues that smell like bad fish and existential dread. So as you raise your arms, you're not just blessing the crowd. You're delivering a performance to keep civilization from collapse. Now let's talk about your costume. You are wearing a 35-pound feathered headdress that obstructs peripheral vision and functions like a heat-trapping death crown. Gold-painted robes that chafe in all the wrong places. A necklace made of actual human teeth, which jingle when you nod solemnly. And ceremonial sandals that were apparently designed by a sadist with no interest in arch support. You look majestic. You feel like a cook bird, but you don't have time to dwell. The drums have started. The incense has thickened. Somewhere down in the crowd, a flute begins playing that one ominous note that always makes babies cry. And now, it's time to speak. You step forward, raise your voice, and recite the opening chant. One you practiced 1,000 times, backwards and forwards, sometimes in your sleep. It's supposed to sound ancient and powerful, but all you can think is, did I say that last syllable wrong? You glance toward the king. He's watching. He always watches. So is his wife, who's chewing maize like she's angry at it. So is your rival priest, who once called your star map adorable, and now definitely wants you to mess up. And the people, they're frozen in place, holding their breath, because they're genuinely afraid that if you mess up, the gods will drop a flaming sky jaguar into their crop fields. You chant louder. You wave the smoke bowl. You throw a symbolic flower into the air, and it immediately hits you in the face. The crowd gasps. Was that a bad sign? You smile like, no, no, very good omen actually. You continue. Then comes the moment of interpretation. A cloud crosses the sun. Is it a sign of fertility? War? Seasonal allergies? You have half a second to decide. Because the people are staring, the drums have paused, and the sky just blinked. You take a breath, throw out your arms dramatically, and announce. The gods are testing our patience, and we shall answer with song and sacrifice. Which, to be honest, is your go-to when you have no idea what the sky is doing. Luckily, the crowd eats it up. They cheer. They start singing. A junior priest brings out a goat with a particularly resigned look on its face. And just like that, you've turned cosmic ambiguity into spiritual clarity. You nailed it. Kind of. Because here's the truth. You're performing faith. On a pyramid stage. With zero rehearsal time. And everyone's afraid of dying. You have to keep the fear from turning into frenzy. Keep the doubts from erupting into riots. Keep your robe from blowing open in the wind and ruining the solemn vibe. Because if the people panic, they stop farming. They stop building. They start whispering about civil war and maybe trying that new snake god cult 3 valleys over. And then you're not a high priest anymore. You're a liability. Or worse, you're the next sacrifice. So you wave. You chant. You bless. You look wise and collected even though your armpits feel like a boiling cenote. You are theater. You are belief. You are a walking, sweating anchor of divine order. And by sunset, you've survived. For now. But the stars will rise again tomorrow. And everybody will still be watching. So here you are. A holy man. A star reader. A divine interpreter of time and space. And yet, when the rain doesn't come, the corn won't grow, and the king gets a weird rash on his elbow, it's your fault. Not the weather's fault. Not agricultural mismanagement. Not the king's suspiciously cursed new concubine who arrived with 2 black cats and a thundercloud. No, still you. Because in the minds of your people, and more dangerously, in the mind of your king, you are the mouthpiece of the gods. And if the gods are angry, that means you messed up the message. It doesn't matter that you lit the correct number of incense sticks, sacrificed a statistically satisfying number of doves, and interpreted the spleen of a howler monkey with near-Olympic precision. None of that matters. The lake dried up. The priest has lost favor. A neighboring kingdom invades. The priest failed to ward off evil. Someone sneezes more than once in a ceremony. The priest has angered the pollen spirits. You begin to notice a pattern. It's not enough to perform the rituals. You also have to survive the consequences when the rituals don't work fast enough. Let's say there's a drought. 3 weeks with no rain. At first, people are patient. They assume the gods are just busy, maybe handling a hurricane somewhere else, maybe on a divine retreat. But after a month, the rumors start. Has the priest forgotten the chant? Has he skipped the sacred fast? I heard he used a duck instead of a turkey in the last sacrifice. That explains everything. You're getting side eyes at the market. Your junior priests are whispering behind your back. The royal astrologer, a man who once mistook a comet for a bird fart, is suddenly the king's favorite. The paranoia sets in. People start suggesting new rituals. What they mean is, let's fire the priest and maybe sacrifice him just to be safe. You try to hold it together. You schedule a grand ceremony. You triple the blood offerings. You chant louder. You wave more smoke. You really commit to the feathered headdress. Still no rain. And that's when the king sends a message. The gods must be cleansed of dishonesty. Which, roughly translated, means you have 3 days to fix this or I'm feeding you to the snakes. You panic. You consult the calendar again. You find a minor festival for a lesser-known god of drizzle and damp socks. You rename it the ceremony of rehydration. You make it look intentional. You hold a massive public event. You declare the rain will come within 48 hours. People cheer. Some cry. One noble offers you a goat. You nod, sweat, and pray like your robe's on fire. Then, at hour 47, just as your career is circling the drain, it rains. Not much. Just a sprinkle. A divine sneeze, really. But enough. Enough for the people to cheer. Enough for the king to relax. Enough for you to survive the week. And here's the thing. You know the rain probably had nothing to do with your ritual. It was atmospheric pressure, moon cycles, climate. But no one else needs to know that. As far as they're concerned, you are the man who scolded the sky into weeping. And so, for a brief shining moment, you're a hero again. Until the next crisis, which might be tomorrow. Because in this job, your fault is always waiting in the wings. And the gods, they're never the ones who take the blame. That's your sacred role. Bless be the fall guy. You've done your job. You've survived multiple eclipses. You've guessed your way through droughts, plagues, jaguar attacks, and at least one extremely questionable bloodletting ritual that involved honey and a goat named Mauricio. And now you're exhausted. You're dreaming of a quiet life, a hut on the edge of the jungle, maybe weaving mats, maybe raising medicinal toads, something peaceful. But no, because the gods, or more precisely, the king, have decided that your reward for years of celestial stress is a promotion. Congratulations. You are now High Oracle of the Temple of Infinite Responsibility. Your new title sounds majestic, but don't be fooled. All it really means is, you now wear twice as many feathers, half of which are constantly in your mouth. You must attend every major ceremony, even the boring ones about harvest storage and divine pest control. And you no longer just interpret the gods. You now also speak for them, which means everything you say becomes law. And if you say the wrong thing, it becomes treason. No pressure. Let's review your new schedule. Morning, wake before dawn. Consult a calendar wheel the size of a canoe. Midday, perform 3 blessings, 2 purification chants, and 1 confusing interpretive dance for fertility. Afternoon, get yelled at by the king for not predicting his gout flare-up. Evening, attend a sacrifice. Pretend it's deeply spiritual and not just terrifying. Night, stare at the stars and hope they don't shift too soon. Late night, have an existential breakdown in private while chewing on sacred cacao beans. You're now surrounded by junior priests who adore you and secretly hope you trip on your own robes. Because when you finally collapse, one of them gets the throne of stress you currently occupy. And sure, there are perks. You get a bigger chamber with slightly fewer spiders. You get offerings from nearby villages, mostly corn, maybe a turkey leg if you're lucky. You even get a special walking stick with a skull carved on top. Very prestigious, very ominous. But you also get constant surveillance, because now your words can start wars. Your interpretations can raise taxes. And your dreams? Oh yes, those get recorded now. You mumble something about fireflies in your sleep, and the next morning, the royal court's demanding a firefly festival and 3 new temples. You're too powerful to ignore, and too valuable to let go. You can't retire, priest. You can only ascend into higher levels of divine bureaucracy. Want a vacation? Nope. Your presence is required at the annual corn blessing. Want a sick day? The people will assume the gods are angry. Want to take a quiet afternoon nap? Too bad. A messenger just arrived from the western jungle with a disturbing sunspot pattern and a chicken possessed by the storm god. You are now married to the cosmos. Till death do you part, which, based on your increasing migraines, ceremonial ulcers, and a mysterious rash from last week's rain ritual, might come sooner than you'd like. The worst part, even if you try to pass on the role, say, to that eager junior priest who's been practicing his divine voice in the mirror, you're still not free. Because in the Mayan world, once a priest, always a priest. You don't retire. You become a spiritual advisor, which is just priesthood with more guilt and less sleep. You sit in a stone chair all day, offering riddles to people who misquote you and then blame you when their crops fail. You attend council meetings where someone inevitably suggests sacrificing something you actually like dogs or rainwater, or people who make stone calendars. And eventually, when you do die, they carve your name on a wall with a list of your greatest predictions. And also, the one time you mistook a sun halo for a god sneezing and accidentally caused a 3-month panic. You become legend. Not the kind with treasure maps and epic songs. More like, oh yes, that priest. Didn't he once tell us the gods were angry because the moon was sad? So there you are, the most powerful spiritual figure in the kingdom, and also the most exhausted. You can't leave. You can't rest. You can only ascend, up the pyramid, into the stars, until eventually, someone younger, cockier, and slightly less covered in ceremonial ash takes your place. And you smile, because now it's his problem. Let's say you've been warned of a coming disaster, a plague, a famine, or worse, a double eclipse. The kind of thing that makes kings sweat and priests start fasting out of sheer panic. You want to act fast. You want to hold an emergency ritual. Light the fires, chant the words, spill the blood, appease the gods before the sky goes dark and everyone loses their minds. But you can't, because there's a process, and nothing, not even the wrath of Quetzalcoatl himself, moves faster than that process allows. First, you need to submit a petition. Yes, a written request, usually on stretched bark paper or a particularly well-shaped piece of animal skin. You hand this over to the temple registrar, a man whose main qualification is that he once alphabetized a pile of maize kernels and now thinks he's irreplaceable. He takes your petition. He doesn't smile. He tells you to come back in 3 days. You remind him the gods are angry now. He shrugs. We all have problems. Next, your request must be reviewed by the Council of Ritual Priorities. Who are they? Oh, just a group of senior priests, noble advisors, one half-deaf astronomer, and a woman named Itzel who's been around for 60 years and hates everyone under the age of 80. They meet every 5 days. If they're in a good mood, they'll approve your request to prevent divine annihilation. If they're in a bad mood, they'll argue about how your proposed ceremony overlaps with Pictogram Day and whether that's cosmically conflicting. Assuming they finally approve you, great. Now it's time for sacred inventory, because every ritual needs a specific number of feathers, not just any. They must be from birds that dream in blue, jaguar teeth, cleaned, blessed, and preferably not recently used. At least one obsidian blade, signed out in triplicate, and an offering dish that has to be retrieved from the locked room of ancient stuff. But of course, the keeper of the locked room is on vacation. His apprentice doesn't have the key, and the backup key? Lost in the river of forgetfulness 3 years ago. Now you're improvising with a salad bowl and a very confused parrot. Still, you press on. Next comes the witness requirement. You can't perform a ritual alone, even if you're the high oracle of sky and grain. You need 7 certified observers, each of whom must have completed basic ritual training, not currently be under spiritual probation, and absolutely not be your cousin. Nepotism is forbidden, unless the stars say otherwise. You scramble to find witnesses. 2 are drunk. One is in the jungle on a pilgrimage. Another just left the priesthood to become a full-time cacao sculptor. You find enough substitutes, mostly wide-eyed apprentices, and one guy who just wanted a nap spot under the temple's shade. Now comes the ritual rehearsal. Yes, a rehearsal, because if you get a single chant wrong, like accidentally calling the rain god Moist Feather instead of Soaring Stream, you risk divine insult, which means starting the whole petition process over again. The rehearsal takes 5 hours. You lose your voice halfway through and are given an approved throat remedy that tastes like expired frogs. Still, you make it. It's finally the big day. The fires are lit. The drums are thundering. The gods are watching. And just as you're about to begin the sacred offering, a junior scribe runs up waving a clay tablet. Wait, you forgot the compliance sigil. Turns out, someone higher up, probably Itzel, curse her and her ceremonial beads. Notice that one of your ingredients came from outside your official ritual budget. That's a violation of Ordinance 14b, improper sacred procurement, which means the ritual is paused. You're fined 2 maize baskets, and the gods, still waiting. You scream silently into your ceremonial cloak and vow that next time, you'll summon the apocalypse first and fill out paperwork later. But deep down, even the apocalypse requires approval from 3 temple departments and a signature from the king's astrologer. Because this is what priesthood has become. Ceremonial bureaucracy. No longer a channel to the divine. Just another job with paperwork. Where your greatest enemy isn't evil. It's a form with 5 blank spaces and a deadline nobody remembered. Let's talk about death. Not the kind with screaming and flaming temples, though those happen too. No, let's talk about the normal death of a high priest. You live a long life. You stared into eclipses, screamed at thunder, interpreted snake patterns in corn, and somehow managed to convince an entire civilization that a goat's sneezing was cosmically important. Now your bones ache. Your dreams are weirder. You keep forgetting which moon phase it is. And the other day, you accidentally blessed a basket of laundry. It's time. You know it. The junior priests know it. Even the king knows it, though he pretends not to, because he hasn't picked your replacement and is terrified he'll get the guy who thinks jaguar dreams are literal. You try to retire. Again. They won't let you. You suggest stepping down. Maybe teaching. They promote you to elder of Eternal Advisory Council, which is just a fancy way of saying you die on the job, but with a nicer robe. Fine. You get your affairs in order. You finally admit you never understood half the sacred glyphs. And that time you declared a comet to be a blessing? You were so tired you thought it was a firefly. But it worked. The crops grew. People were happy. And really, that's the thing. You did your best. You gave them hope, meaning, rituals that bonded generations. You were the glue between terror and tradition. So, naturally, when the weather turns, the river floods, and someone stubs a royal toe, it's your fault. Again, even as your body fails, you're still the one they blame. A noblewoman's child gets sick. The priest's power is fading. A bat flies east instead of west. He's lost the favor of the gods. Someone dreams of fish with human faces. Clearly, an omen of priestly weakness. You cough once during a blessing, and suddenly 3 temples are doing emergency corn dances. You try not to be bitter. You remind yourself this is the price of the collar, the headdress, the skull staff with a weird grin, but it still stings. Finally, one cold morning, after a very long chant about the spirit of the wind and a suspiciously undercooked turkey offering, you collapse, right there, on the temple steps. Your last words are whispered, poetic, and probably misquoted for the next 2 centuries. Beware, the shadow of the feathered. Did you mean bird? Snake? Bureaucracy? Nobody knows. They carve it into stone anyway. And now you're dead. But don't worry. You don't get rest. You get a ceremonial send-off, so big it bankrupts 2 villages. Your body is painted, feathered, wrapped in sacred scrolls, and paraded through the city while everyone cries and pretends they didn't just spend the last year blaming you for lukewarm rain. Your face is carved into temple walls. Badly. Your statue doesn't look like you. It looks like someone's uncle who once choked on a mango. The junior priests argue about your teachings. Half of them say you were a prophet. The other half insist you were a lunatic with dramatic timing. Either way, your legend grows. Children are named after you, mostly the ones with heavy expectations. Your prophecies are reinterpreted. Your bad jokes are treated as sacred wisdom. And 20 years later, when the next solar eclipse hits and the sky darkens in the middle of a maize festival, guess whose ghost gets blamed? Yours. That's the deal, priest. You were never just a man. You were a symbol. A weather vane for faith and fear and the inexplicable chaos of the cosmos. And even in death, you still can't catch a break. There's one rule you learn early when working in a temple. Never outshine the king. Not that you could if you tried. Because this isn't just any king. This is a man who has declared, with full sincerity, that he's divine. Chosen. A walking, breathing vessel of the gods. Anointed not just by birthright, but by planetary alignment, and whatever a shaky priest predicted the night his umbilical cord got tangled into the shape of a jaguar. And you? You're his spiritual employee, the assistant manager of celestial affairs. And your boss thinks he outranks the sun. Now, technically, you're supposed to be the one who talks to the gods. That's your whole job description. You interpret signs, track stars, bleed strategically, and do complicated math in your head while fasting. But none of that matters when your boss strolls into the temple wearing a headdress taller than your sense of self-worth, claiming he had a vision where the maize god told him personally that he's doing an amazing job. You nod. Of course he did. Because disagreeing with a man who thinks he's a living thunderbolt usually ends with you being volunteered as the human centerpiece in next week's sacrificial festival. And the worst part, he's not stupid. No, stupidity would be easier. Stupidity you can work around. This man is dangerously clever. He knows how to twist ritual into policy. He knows just enough scripture to quote out of context. And he knows that if he speaks with enough confidence, no one will question whether his prophecy about increasing corn rations was really from the gods, or just from a dream he had after eating too many chili beans. You once tried to correct him, very gently. He was describing a celestial event that hadn't actually happened, and you, in your youthful optimism, suggested a minor revision to his timeline. You cited records. You used soft tones. You smiled. He stared at you for one long, ceremonial minute, then declared that your aura smelled off, and had you scrubbed with herbs in front of the temple staff while chanting, "May the mistake not infect the maize." You haven't corrected him since. Instead, you nod. You bow. You translate his increasingly unhinged dreams into manageable public policy. Last month, he declared a jaguar sneezed in his sleep, and that this was a sign of war. You spent 3 days writing a speech explaining why the sneeze was metaphorical, a blessing from the ancestors, and not, under any circumstances, a reason to invade the neighboring city-state. And he believed you, mostly because you included 3 fire metaphors and mentioned his grandfather. It's amazing what you can accomplish with a little flattery and a complete abandonment of integrity. But wears on you. Every day, he brings a new divine command. He wants more temples, bigger feasts, a bloodier equinox ritual because he read a dream scroll upside down and decided it was a sign. You try to keep up. You do the math. You find the loopholes. You remind him gently that human sacrifice works best with fewer logistical errors. He nods, then asks if the gods might accept 100 more, just in case. You tell him yes, because what else can you do? This man controls everything. The fields, the temples, the army, the calendar. And now, thanks to his divine PR campaign, the people believe he is the gods, or at least their favorite nephew. If you challenge him, you're not just defying the king, you're defying the sun. And the sun has a very aggressive HR department. So you play along. You praise his visions. You translate his wildest declarations into something that sounds vaguely sacred. You burn incense and hope he forgets that one time you rolled your eyes during the dance of the flaming peccaries. But at night, when the torches go out and your robes are finally dry from sweat and shame, you stare at the stars and whisper quietly, "Please let him trip on his own headdress and fall into a lake." The gods never listen, probably because they're too busy laughing. They say fame is a curse, but nobody warns you how literal that becomes when you're a Mayan priest. In a modern world, being a celebrity gets you front row seats at Fashion Week and a skincare sponsorship. But in the classic Maya world, fame means people know your face when the sun goes dark, when the crops don't grow, and when the rain forgets to show up for work. You're not just a man in a robe. You're the bridge between heaven and earth, the mouthpiece of gods, the living weather app, the state-sponsored therapist, and the public punching bag. And every time something in the natural world hiccups, thousands of eyes turn toward you, wondering if this is your fault, if you did enough chanting, if your latest blood sacrifice was dramatic enough, if your dreams were interpreted correctly. Because if not, well, it might be time to remove your heart. Publicly, as a lesson. It all starts innocently, of course. You didn't choose this life. You were chosen for it. Maybe you were born on an auspicious day, one tied to the calendar of sacred crocodiles and celestial corn snakes. Maybe your family bribed the right astrologer. Either way, you ended up here, in robes that weigh more than your dignity, covered in paint, blood, and ceremonial guilt. At first, it's all very prestigious. You perform rituals, recite sacred stories, make coded hand gestures that only 5 people truly understand, and whisper prophecies that sound wise because they're vague. You eat well. You get respect. People bow. Mothers push their children toward you, hoping some of your cosmic sparkle will rub off. You walk through markets, and the crowd parts like maize before the machete. It's not bad. Until it is. Because the second something goes wrong, a bad harvest, a weird storm, or a weird bird landing in the plaza and dying for no reason. You're not just a priest anymore. You're a suspect. A very famous, very visible suspect. People begin to whisper. Did the priest skip a chant? Did he dream the wrong dream? Is he being punished? Has he displeased the gods? Or worse, has he angered them on purpose? Maybe he's been corrupted. Maybe he's hexed. Maybe he let a peasant touch the ceremonial knife, and now we're all cursed. And the problem with fame is that you can't hide. Your face is carved into stone on temple walls. You were in the royal parade last week. You were part of that fertility festival where everyone got suspiciously drunk and pretended to be jaguars. You're the guy who smeared blood across his chest and screamed at Venus. You're the one people recognize. And now, with every passing day of drought, with every shriveled corn stalk, with every child that gets a fever and doesn't recover, your name comes up more and more often, and not in a good way. At first, it's subtle. Less applause when you speak. Fewer offerings in your temple basket. The fruit gets riper, then overripe, then slightly moldy. Someone leaves you a dead bird with no note. Just a dead bird, like a passive-aggressive greeting card. People stop meeting your gaze in the market. The other priests, who used to share jokes and fermented chocolate with you, suddenly seem very busy whenever you approach. The king, your divine boss who once asked you to interpret his dreams about jaguar gods and skyworms, starts acting distant. He nods at you, but doesn't smile. He calls for your junior priest more often than you. You start to feel it. The chill, the shift, the gentle tightening of a noose that hasn't been braided yet, but is absolutely being braided somewhere in the background. Your dreams get worse. Not just the prophetic ones, all of them. You wake in the night drenched in sweat, dreaming of blood pits and temples on fire. You dream of eclipses that never end. You dream of yourself on the altar, your chest open to the sky while the crowd chants your name. Not in reverence, but in rhythm. You try to shake it off. You increase your rituals. You go harder. You bleed more. You pull thorns through your tongue until you can barely speak. You offer birds, snakes, even a monkey, which everyone agreed was particularly dramatic. The gods remain silent. The clouds don't come. The crops look like something stepped on them and apologized. And now, every step you take feels watched. Not just admired. Watched. Like a jaguar watches a wounded deer. And you start hearing rumors. People say you've lost your connection to the spirit world. That your power is fading. That the gods are displeased. That maybe someone else should be interpreting the dreams. And just like that, your reputation becomes a liability. All that fame, it's now a target. Because if you weren't so well known, if your name wasn't etched into every temple door and whispered at every birth, maybe they could forget you. But they can't. You're the face of the priesthood, which means when the gods need a scapegoat, you are the one everyone agrees looks most like a goat. The thing about the Maya religion, beautiful and profound as it is that it runs on a kind of divine accounting system. Give the gods this, and they give you rain. Fail to do so, and someone pays. And the longer the balance remains off, the more severe the payment must be. At first, it's just extra bloodletting. Then it's animal sacrifice. Then it's prisoners. But eventually, if nothing changes, if the rain still refuses to fall, if the sun refuses to smile, someone's got to go. Someone important. Someone who will show the gods that we're serious. You try to stay ahead of it. You propose bigger rituals. You suggest merging ceremonies. You even begin whispering ideas about sacrifice that, strategically, involve other priests. The ones you don't like. The ones who've been eyeing your temple sandals a little too long. But the problem is, everyone knows your name. You've been the face of divine communication for too long. Your carved likeness smiles down from murals where you're holding a serpent and looking wise. You're on the ceremonial cups. You've been mentioned in prophecy poems. You're not just a priest. You're a brand. And brands burn very brightly until they burn out. So you prepare, just in case. You stash herbs and charms in your chambers. You memorize exit routes through the palace corridors. You keep your ears open for the sound of sandals running toward you, not away. You don't sleep well. You don't eat much. You practice smiling like nothing is wrong while wondering if the junior priest behind you is already rehearsing your eulogy. And then one day it happens. The king summons you, but not to the main court, to a private chamber. He doesn't look at you when you arrive. He asks you if you believe the gods are angry. You say no, of course not, your radiance. He nods, asks you again. You pause. You say maybe. He nods again. Then he says the phrase you've been dreading. Then someone must appease them. And in that moment, you realize something sickeningly true. You are famous. You are respected. You are beloved by the people. But more importantly, you are useful. And right now, the most useful thing you can do is die. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe the king is still hoping the next rain dance works. But the clock is ticking, and your face, once admired, is now associated with drought and failure. You are the PR disaster in ceremonial robes. And the best way to reset the balance is to offer something valuable. Like you walk home that night knowing every step echoes just a little louder, that every glance is a little more final, that your celebrity, once your shield, is now a countdown. And you try to comfort yourself with thoughts of glory, of cosmic service, of being remembered. But what echoes louder is fear, because you know what happens to sacrifices. You've done it. You've held the obsidian. You've watched the life leave the eyes. You've seen the blood pour down temple steps. You've cleaned the knife. And now, you're the one who might be lying there. Congratulations. You've achieved what every influencer secretly fears: total visibility, permanent relevance, and an expiration date sharpened to a ceremonial point. Because in the Maya world, you can be holy, you can be revered, you can be divine, but you can never, ever be safe. Especially when you're a celebrity with a target on your back. There's nothing glamorous about your day. Not anymore. Not when you wake up before dawn, lightheaded, half-starved, and already bleeding from the elbows because apparently the gods like it when you suffer on an empty stomach. Being a Maya priest isn't about spiritual peace or enlightenment. It's about relentless pressure, chronic dehydration, and very little protein. You are the human modem connecting this world to the divine cloud, except your connection is dial-up, glitchy, and powered by blood. Every single sunrise begins the same way, with pain, with ritual, and with the lingering knowledge that if the crops fail, someone's going to flay your legacy into a ceremonial drum. You begin by fasting, not a gentle, intermittent fast like modern influencers who skip breakfast and call it wellness. No, this is full-blown, government-mandated starvation, cloaked in ritual. You haven't had a proper meal in days, unless you count chewing on roasted cacao beans and pretending they're divine. You do this because it's believed that clarity comes through emptiness, that by denying your body, your spirit opens a Wi-Fi hotspot to the gods. Spoiler, it doesn't. It mostly opens a direct line to hallucinations, stomach cramps, and a constant temptation to eat your ceremonial incense. But you continue because your job is to suffer professionally. Hunger sharpens your devotion, or at least that's the myth they sold you during preschool. It's hard to focus on celestial prophecies when your ribs are playing a xylophone solo every time you inhale. But still you press on. You burn incense, chant to invisible sky serpents, and hope the smoke convinces everyone, including yourself, that you're spiritually radiant and not just dangerously dizzy. Then comes the bleeding. Oh, the bleeding. It's not just expected, it's scheduled, daily, like tea time in hell. The Maya believed that the gods fed on human essence, not just animal sacrifice, but actual human blood, especially from the high-ranking, the important, the anointed. And who better to feed the gods than you, the divine assistant manager of the universe? So you get out your stingray spines, your obsidian blades, your sharp bits of ancient horror, and you prepare to express yourself. You might start with the tongue. It's traditional. You slide the spine through, slowly, like sewing yourself shut from the inside out. The blood pours. The pain screams. But no one reacts. This is normal. This is sacred. This is Tuesday. Sometimes, for extra flavor, you'll string bits of bark paper through the wound and then burn them. Because nothing says reverence like lighting your own tongue on fire. Other days, it's your ears, or your foreskin, or your arms. The more painful and symbolic, the better. The gods are picky eaters, after all. They want fresh, noble suffering. And you, dear priest, are the buffet. By midday, your robes are sticky, your skin is sore, your stomach is still empty, and your nerves? Shot. But there's no rest. Now it's time to cry. Not because you're weak. Oh no. Crying is part of the process. Real priests weep. Loudly. Dramatically. Publicly. Crying is evidence that the ritual worked, that your suffering brought you closer to the divine. If you don't cry during the bloodletting, someone might accuse you of spiritual negligence. Or worse, faking it. So you cry. You sob on the temple steps while blood pools at your feet, and the villagers gaze up in awe, pretending they understand what's happening while secretly wondering if you'll fall over from anemia before the end of the chant. Children point. Elders nod solemnly. You scream into the void and call it devotion. Meanwhile, the junior priests mop up your fluids and try not to slip. This is your job. This is your purpose. This is what it means to be holy. And no one thanks you. The king doesn't shake your hand and say, "Nice earlobe sacrifice today. I really felt that." The people don't give you a turkey leg and say, "Hey, sorry the gods are being weird. Here's some protein." No. The whole system runs on the assumption that your body is a resource, like firewood or jade or maize. You are both a priest and the offering. And the moment you hesitate, the moment you seem less willing to carve yourself open for the sky, the whispers begin. Is he losing his faith? Is he being punished? Is he even necessary anymore? And then the dread creeps in, the awful truth that no one wants to say out loud. You're not bleeding for the gods anymore. You're bleeding for survival. Because as long as you bleed, you're doing your job. And if you stop doing your job, they might decide you're more valuable as a full-body sacrifice than a half-dead middle manager of cosmic bureaucracy. So you carry on. You fast because you must. You bleed because it's expected. You cry because your position depends on it. And through it all, you pretend that this is power, that this endless parade of self-inflicted agony is sacred and noble and meaningful. You tell yourself that you are chosen, special, essential, but deep down, beneath the robes and the chanting and the ritual scabs, you know the truth. You're a performance piece in a theocratic nightmare, a living offering disguised as a spiritual authority. You exist to suffer, and the only reward is not being thrown off the pyramid quite yet. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next eclipse, but not today. And that, dear listener, is your daily routine. Fasting, bleeding, and crying. Now try getting that printed on a motivational poster. There's a moment right before the knife drops when time seems to hold its breath. The prisoner, bound and painted and already halfway to the afterlife, is staring up at the sky as if it might suddenly change its mind. The crowd is silent, the music has paused, and every child in the plaza is holding their parent's hand a little tighter, or trying not to cry in front of their friends. You, of course, are kneeling beside the altar, blade in hand, face calm, heart pounding, silently praying that you don't slip and botch the whole thing. Because nothing ruins a sacrificial ceremony quite like needing a second swing. This is your job, killing prisoners in public to satisfy divine expectations and keep the harvest coming. The ceremony is scripted. The chants are memorized. The blood is expected. And yet, every time, it's a performance. You're not just a priest. You're a spectacle, a symbol, a reminder that the gods are real and hungry, and that someone, preferably someone foreign, rebellious, or captured in battle, is paying the bill for everyone else's sins. And honestly, sacrificing prisoners is the easy part. By the time they're on the altar, the hard decisions have been made. They've already been painted in ritual blue, given a ceremonial cigarette or two, paraded through the city, and told what an honor it is to die screaming on a stone slab. You do your thing. The blade goes in. The heart comes out. The crowd gasps. The drummers pick up. The high priest declares that the sun will rise again. Everyone claps. Maybe someone faints, and the whole thing gets carved into the temple wall like it was a party. But then, when it's over and you're washing the blood off your arms in a clay bowl behind the temple, you hear this small voice. Why did he have to die? And there they are, a child, maybe 10, maybe younger, holding a maize cake in one hand and a 1,000-yard stare in the other. You recognize this look. It's the same one the new junior priests get after their first major ceremony. It's the realization that everything you've been told is sacred is also terrifying. You smile. You kneel. You say the things you've practiced, that the gods require balance, that sacrifice is noble, that the man on the altar was honored, that without his gift, the rain might not fall. The child nods slowly, then asks, "But what if he didn't want to?" And now you're stuck. Because explaining the cosmic ledger system to a child is like explaining taxes to a squirrel. You can't say it's about control. You can't say it's about fear. You can't say it's partly political and partly religious and mostly inertia. You certainly can't say that sometimes prisoners are offered not because the gods demanded it, but because the king needed to remind people who's boss. So instead, you say it was fate, that the stars chose him, that his blood was part of the cycle, like the river or the sun. The child squints. Does that mean I might get chosen too? You freeze. Because yes, technically, anyone can be chosen. In theory. But you can't say that. You can't tell a child they might end up on the altar if the omens go south. You can't admit that once, years ago, a farmer's son got picked because a priest misread a lizard's twitch during the spring equinox. You can't admit that behind every ceremony is a mountain of anxious guesswork wrapped in sacred language and dramatic smoke effects. So you lie again. No, you say, only bad people or enemies or volunteers. The child frowns. But he was crying. You pause. You say that crying is normal. That even brave people cry when they see the gods coming. That tears are part of the sacred process. The child doesn't believe you, but doesn't push. They walk away, and you're left staring into your bowl of blood-stained water, wondering if you believe yourself. This is the part they don't train you for. The ceremonies are easy. The blade is sharp. The chants are memorized. The crowd is predictable. But the children, they ask the wrong questions. The honest ones. The kind that gnaw at the cracks in your belief. Because the truth is, you don't know if the sacrifices work. You don't know if the gods are even listening. You've spent your whole life interpreting dreams, studying glyphs, staring into the smoke, and bleeding yourself dry. And yet, in your quietest moments, you wonder if the sky is just empty. But doubt is dangerous. Doubt is heresy with soft edges. And heresy gets sacrificed too. So you double down. You repeat the stories. You perform the rituals. You teach the junior priests to chant louder, to cut cleaner, to never hesitate. You remind them that the gods see everything. You remind yourself. You remind the children. Because if they stop believing, if the crowd stops showing up, if the king starts thinking he doesn't need you, then the gods aren't the ones who'll come for you. The crown will. So you paint the altar. You sharpen the blade. You line up the next prisoner. You pray louder than you believe. You tell the children the same stories you were told. That the man on the altar was chosen by the stars. That his heart fed the sun. That his blood watered the world. And if they don't understand, you smile harder. You make the chants longer. You burn more incense. Because it's easy to sacrifice a prisoner. It's explaining it to someone who still believes people are supposed to live. That's the real horror show. You've done everything right. Every chant, every incense offering, every sacrifice, every hopeful glance at the sky. You've starved yourself, bled yourself, cried on command. You've killed prisoners with ceremony and flair, staged rituals that made peasants weep and nobles feel pious, and even convinced a few terrified children that divine dismemberment is beautiful. And yet, the sky is still dry. The rivers shrink. The maze cracks open too early. The frogs stop singing. The only thing that rains anymore is suspicion. When a rain doesn't come, logic doesn't. Panic does. At first, it's whispers. Maybe the gods are displeased. Maybe the blood wasn't noble enough. Maybe the chants were off rhythm. Then the king calls a meeting. He sits on his carved throne, made of something unspeakably rare and valuable, dripping with jade. His expression that of a man who just found mold on his favorite jaguar skull. "What are the priests doing about the weather?" he asks. Everyone turns to you. You smile. You bow. You assure him that more rituals are planned, that you're working closely with the spirit realm, that Venus is in retro-destruction or whatever. But the truth is, you're out of ideas. You've sacrificed everything that's reasonable. You're halfway to offering your sandals, but the gods still haven't blinked. So you go back to the one thing that always gets a reaction: your own blood. The Maya religion, beautiful and cruel, runs on the logic of paying for favor. The gods suffer, so you must suffer too. And when the sky forgets how to weep, it's your job to remind it, by bleeding more, by making the ritual personal. If a heart wasn't enough, maybe a fingernail will be, maybe an earlobe, maybe your tongue. Again, and again, and again. You wake before dawn, already dizzy. You prepare the altar, not for someone else, but for yourself. You light the incense, wrap the ceremonial cords, and choose your tools carefully. Stingray spines are the favorite. Elegant, deadly, traditional. But you've also used thorns, obsidian flakes, sharpened jade. Anything that cuts deep and fast. Anything that looks impressive on the temple steps. And you begin. The cuts are shallow at first, symbolic, aesthetic, then deeper, more urgent. You pierce your tongue, your arms, your thighs. You paint the altar with your own blood. You scream the prayers through clenched teeth and mangled lips. And when that's not enough, you invent new rituals. Mix old chants with new dances. Cry harder, bleed longer, because pain, after all, is currency. And when the sky remains empty, you pay more. Eventually, you hit the point where flesh just doesn't cut it anymore. The gods, it seems, have developed a taste for novelty. And that's when you reach for the backup blade. The one that doesn't sparkle like obsidian or shimmer like jade. It's not flashy. It's not sacred. It's not even metal. It's bone. Yes, bone. Carved from femurs, sharpened from ribs, polished from the remnants of former sacrifices, or possibly former co-workers. Bone knives are the priesthood's version of economic reform. When obsidian is too expensive, and jade is reserved for the king's toenail clippings, bone steps in as the silent, grim reminder that the gods don't care how expensive a knife is, just how deep it goes. Bone knives are practical. They're durable. They carry the energy of the dead, which, depending on your spiritual mood, is either deeply symbolic or deeply unsettling. They don't glint in the sun, but they do make a distinctive sound when they hit stone, a soft, sickening tap, like a drum made of regret. And most importantly, they're reusable, which is a relief because at this point in the drought, you're operating on a ceremonial shoestring budget. You can't afford new obsidian. The last batch cracked during a particularly humid bloodletting. Your temple funds have been diverted to the king's new jaguar enclosure. And the other priests, well, they're hoarding the good knives like it's Black Friday at a death cult. So you work with what you have. You sharpen the bone. You mutter the blessings. You pretend not to notice the splintering. And you press the blade into your own skin like it still means something. Does it? That's the question no one asks out loud. Not in the temple. Not in the court. not even behind the market stalls. Because if the gods are watching, they're watching you. And the moment you flinch, the moment you question the value of your sacrifice, the moment you suggest that maybe rain has less to do with bleeding and more to do with seasonal patterns, your head will roll. Metaphorically, then literally. So you keep cutting. The blood keeps flowing. The sky stays dry. And you keep telling yourself that it's working, that it has to work. That one more offering, one more scream, one more piece of yourself will finally tip the divine scale in your favor. Because what's the alternative? Admit it's all for nothing? You're too deep for that now. You're bleeding on credit. And bone knives don't offer refunds. There comes a point in every Maya priest's career when you realize that you're not just performing sacred rituals. You're also managing a budget. A very bloody, very unofficial, and very unspoken budget. Because while the gods demand tribute, they don't exactly provide itemized invoices. That part's left to you. And somewhere between your third full-body bloodletting this week and that absolutely disastrous moon eclipse ceremony with a premature heart removal, it becomes clear that ceremonial work is getting expensive. Obsidian doesn't grow on trees. Jade isn't just lying around in the bushes. And your last good ritual knife snapped in half because your assistant dropped it during a dance offering. You try to pretend it was symbolic. The crowd didn't buy it. The king raised an eyebrow. The gods remained, as usual, infuriatingly silent. That's when you open the dusty drawer in the back of the temple storeroom, the one you pretend doesn't exist, and pull out the thing every self-respecting priest dreads and secretly depends on. The bone knife. It's not glamorous. It's not ceremonial. No one sings hymns to bone. No mural features a high priest brandishing a sharpened rib in victory. Bone is the weapon of the underfunded, the underappreciated, and the nearly out of options. It's what you reach for when the treasury is low, the king is angry, and the crops are drier than your social life. It's the sacred equivalent of duct tape, ancient, effective, slightly horrifying, and held together with desperation. But bone knives have their charm. They're light, flexible. They don't chip like obsidian or need polishing like jade. They're made from the bones of enemies, rebels, or occasionally, your predecessor. Technically, the spirit of the bone adds mystical energy to the ritual. Realistically, it means you're stabbing someone with someone else, which is poetic if you squint. The best ones are carved femurs, long, strong, and capable of a decent puncture. The worst are sharpened finger bones, which break under pressure and remind you how much you miss having a budget. Still, you clean it, you bless it, you hold it to the fire, whisper some word about sacrifice and balance, and pretend it's still 100% spiritually sanctioned. The gods, hopefully, won't notice that your sacred tool came from the clearance bin of the afterlife. And then you cut. It's not as clean. Bone splinters. It sticks. It dulls fast. If you push too hard, it snaps, which is awkward when you're halfway through opening a prisoner's chest and suddenly holding a bloody toothpick in front of a disappointed crowd. But you make it work. Because what choice do you have? Rituals can't wait for shipments. The calendar doesn't pause while you renegotiate with the obsidian dealer. The gods, or more accurately, the king pretending to speak for them, want a show. And bone gets the job done. Mostly. You develop tricks. You cut at angles that reduce drag. You soak the blades in sacred oils to mask the smell of decay. You double up. One bone knife for slicing, another for stabbing. You become efficient. Ruthlessly so. And eventually, people stop noticing. The crowd still gasps. The blood still pours. The sun still rises, if you're lucky. And you get a quiet reputation, not for extravagance, but for results. No fancy tools. No gold-plated jaguar teeth. Just you, your chance, and a blade made from someone who once thought they'd outlive you. But every time you use it, a little part of you cringes. Because you remember the early days. The temple feasts, the jade-encrusted blades, the sense of pride, of prestige, of being part of something divine. And now here you are, scraping dry blood off a repurposed collarbone with a chunk of charcoal because the purification stones have been temporarily reassigned to the king's new monument commemorating his 15th maize-related victory. Still, you keep going, because that's the priesthood. It's not about luxury. It's about survival, yours and everyone else's. If the bone knife works, it works. If the gods are pleased, they don't care how the blade was made. If the crops return, no one asks what you used. And if they don't, well, then at least you'll die with the comfort of knowing you made budget cuts, both literal and financial. So you light the incense. You raise the bone knife high. You chant like your salary depends on it. And when the ritual ends and the blood dries and the crowd disperses, you tuck the blade away and pray it holds for one more week, one more moon, one more lie told in the name of tradition. Because obsidian may be sacred, but bone gets the job done. You'd think being a priest would come with some peace and quiet, sacred silence, ritualistic calm, long walks with the gods, perhaps a moment alone to contemplate the mysteries of the universe while staring meaningfully at a smoking censer. That's what they sell you in the beginning. What they don't mention is that being a Maya priest means living in a pressure cooker full of insecure, underfed men with knives and superiority complexes. And all of you are trapped inside a temple with no windows and far too much incense smoke. It's not a divine brotherhood. It's high school, with sacrifices. Temple politics isn't just a thing, it's the thing. Forget the rituals. Forget the omens. The real game is survival, and that means playing it smart. Every priest you work with is either a potential ally, a rival, or a future blood smear on the altar. And half the time you're not sure which is which. One week, you're chanting side by side during the Corn Blessing Festival. The next, he's suggesting, ever so gently, that your divination results might have been imprecise. That's how it starts. Passive-aggressive ritual criticism. There's always one priest who's everybody's favorite, usually because his uncle's on the royal council, or because he's good at carving glyphs that make the king look less bloated than reality. He gets a good incense. He gets the first turn at festivals. He gets to interpret the sky omens before you've even had your ceremonial cacao. You smile, of course. You bow. You offer blessings. But inside, you're mentally drop-kicking him into the nearest cenote. Then there's the older priest, the one who refuses to retire. He smells like old feathers and arrogance. He's seen 5 eclipses and hasn't let anyone forget it. He doesn't perform rituals anymore, just walks around correcting yours with the quiet smugness of someone who once made it rain and now believes he invented weather. He'll stop by mid-ceremony to tell you your posture's off, that your bloodletting form is uninspired, that your pronunciation of the moon jaguar's 7th name lacked reverence. You thank him. You smile. You consider offering him to the gods. Politely. Of course, there's always a schemer. The young priest who pretends to be humble, but is already plotting your downfall with the devotion of a man carving his own staircase to power. He compliments your sacrifices while secretly slipping rumors to the temple attendants. Did you hear? He used a bone knife last week. So embarrassing. He volunteers for everything. He fasts harder than anyone. He bleeds more dramatically. He cries with perfect lighting. You suspect he times his weeping for maximum crowd impact. He's not devout. He's ambitious. And ambition, in this place, is contagious and fatal. The temple itself becomes a battlefield. You don't just chant, you compete. Every festival is an audition. Every prophecy is a subtle flex. Who read the stars first? Who got the king to nod during the rain prayer? Who got asked to perform at the princess's fertility rite? These are victories. They mean better food, more influence, and most importantly, fewer chances of being sacrificed yourself. Because make no mistake, when the gods are angry and someone needs to bleed, they don't throw darts at a list. They pick the least popular priest, the one who botched a ritual, the one who called Venus a star when it was clearly being the morning serpent of cosmic rebirth. the one who stood out in the wrong way. So you play the game. You pretend to agree with everyone. You laugh at bad jokes about Mace. You compliment your rival's chicken sacrifice, even though it was clearly underbled. You chant a little louder. You memorize a few extra constellations. You drop just enough obscure references during meetings to seem like you've been talking to spirits no one else can hear. You become, essentially, a divine politician. Except instead of smear campaigns, you have smearings, and instead of debates, you have knife work. The king watches everything. Always. He knows the politics are vicious. He encourages it. It keeps you too busy scrambling for power to ever question his. Once in a while, he'll elevate a new priest just to shake things up. Promote the guy who saw a monkey in the fire smoke and declared a blessing. Suddenly, that guy's leading the solstice rites, and you're stuck purifying frog guts for the apprentices. One wrong move, one failed omen, one unfortunate nosebleed in front of the nobility, and your reputation plummets faster than a virgin into a cenote. And don't even get started on the gossip. You think modern drama is brutal? Try temple rumors. Did you hear he slept during the blood moon vigil? I heard his last sacrifice didn't scream. The gods hate that. He said the corn god was probably metaphoric. Can you believe that? Every mistake you make gets inflated into divine betrayal. Every success someone else has gets attributed to you slacking off. And through it all, you nod. You smile. You bleed for the gods. And you never, ever turn your back during full moon ceremonies. The truth is, no one's really in control. You're all improvising. Every priest is one bad prophecy away from exile, one inaccurate rain dance away from having his robe set on fire. But you keep playing. You keep pretending that your rivals are your brothers, that your mentors are your allies, and that the king actually likes any of you. Because the only thing worse than being in the middle of temple politics is being on the outside of them, naked, tied up, on an altar, with someone else holding the knife. You knew this day was coming the moment the king announced he'd had a dream. That peculiar gleam in his eye, that subtle tension in the air, that particular way his advisors cleared the court with suspicious speed. He summoned you with all the urgency of someone who had just seen a three-headed jaguar eating a flaming pyramid and decided it was your job to explain what it meant. And so, once again, you find yourself kneeling in the royal chamber, eyelids twitching from lack of sleep, pretending this is normal. The king leans in. He describes the dream in disturbing detail. A black sun, a bleeding maize stalk, a woman with no face singing backwards while frogs rain from the sky. You nod solemnly, like this is obviously divine communication and not the result of too much fermented cacao and a guilty conscience. Because in Maya priesthood, dream interpretation isn't a hobby. It's a national security event. Dreams, after all, are sacred. They're the god's way of slipping sticky notes into your consciousness. If the king dreams of burning trees, maybe the gods are angry. If he dreams of drowning, maybe it's going to rain. If he dreams of snakes eating his feet, it's either a sign of rebellion or a very specific foot problem. Either way, you are the interpreter, the translator, the unfortunate soul who must take a half-baked symbolic fever dream and turn it into a coherent policy recommendation before someone gets sacrificed unnecessarily. You can't say, it's probably nothing. That's how priests end up in cenotes. You can't say it sounds personal. That's how you end up publicly executed for implying the king has emotional baggage. No, you must craft meaning. With urgency. With flair. With just enough ambiguity to protect yourself when it inevitably turns out you were wrong. So you begin. Your dream, divine one, clearly indicates a great transformation approaching. The black sun represents shadowed truth. The bleeding maize, perhaps a warning about the next harvest. The faceless singer, definitely ancestral spirits, probably trying to remind us to purify the pyramid. Again, the king nods. You hold your breath. Did he buy it? Then he asked what the frogs mean. And now you're screwed. Because frogs are notoriously ambiguous. In some cities, frogs are fertility symbols. In others, they're omens of death. In yours, they're mostly just loud and hard to kill. You panic. You reach into your spiritual thesaurus and pull out something about rebirth. Yes, rebirth. Frogs, sacred amphibians, leaping between realms. He frowns. You add a layer. Frogs are also wet, sire. Perhaps the gods warn of flooding. He lights up. Ah, so I should delay the canal expansion. You nod furiously. Exactly. Divine instruction. You've done it. You've spun a vague nightmare into political action. And now, congratulations. If it rains, you're a genius. If it doesn't, you'll be blamed for stopping progress based on a dream about frogs and bleeding corn. Welcome to your job. Priest, interpreter, scapegoat. But it doesn't stop with the king. Oh no. Once word gets out that His Highness has had a vision, everyone starts dreaming, or claiming they did. Suddenly, half the city is coming to you with urgent, sleep-deprived prophecies. A farmer dreams his wife turned into a jaguar. A merchant dreams his cacao beans spoke to him in bird language. A child dreams of floating pyramids and blood-colored butterflies. Each dream is brought to you like it's gospel. Each dream must be processed, blessed, explained. And the worst part, sometimes they're right. One day, a nobody from the outer district says he dreamt of smoke rising from the hills. 2 days later, a fire, a real one. That's when things spiral. The people begin treating dreams like divine press releases. They stop planting. They start fasting. They accuse each other of bad omens. You try to calm them. Say that not every dream is a prophecy. That some dreams are just the result of eating too many fermented mushrooms. But they don't believe you. You're the priest. If dreams aren't divine, what are you even for? So you lie. Again. Softly. Gently. You say the gods speak to us in many ways, but only the dreams that follow a sacred rhythm are true. You invent that rhythm. You write it into a song. You teach it to the junior priests. You buy yourself time, but the truth gnaws at you. You know the difference between faith and guessing, between divine truth and creative storytelling. You know that last week, you interpreted a dream about a giant worm as a message to increase temple funding. You know that half your work is improvisation, and the other half is performance. And the scariest part? You're not even sure anymore when you're lying. Because maybe the gods do speak through dreams. Maybe that faceless woman is real. Maybe the frogs were trying to tell the king something, and you missed it. Maybe the fire in the hills was foretold. Or maybe some idiot dropped a torch, and now everyone thinks the universe is ending. And so you stay awake, night after night, watching the stars, burning incense, studying your own dreams, hoping to find answers before someone dreams of you falling off the pyramid. Because when dreams become national policy, your job isn't just interpreting them, it's surviving them. You wake up before dawn like any good, overworked, spiritually exhausted Maya priest, ready to greet the gods, light the incense, and bleed in the name of cosmic balance. But first, laundry. Because even high priests can't perform a maze fertility ritual while reeking of 3-day-old sweat, dried blood, and burnt copal. You haul your sacred robes, the crimson ones with the jaguar trim, the ones that scream, chosen by the gods, and possibly unstable, to the courtyard basin, only to find that they've turned a sickly, suspicious shade of green. Not olive, not sage, cursed. At first, you tell yourself it's mold. Maybe the air was damp. Maybe a bird flew over and did what birds do. Maybe you shouldn't have left them near the skull rack again. But deep down, you already know the truth. Your laundry has been hexed. Again, this is not a rare occurrence. In fact, it's becoming alarmingly routine. Once or twice you could blame it on bad luck or poorly aged herbal soap. But after the third time your ceremonial loincloth started whispering ancestral guilt in the night, you knew it wasn't accidental. No, This is the work of your rival priests, those pious little bastards with too much time, too many herbs, and just enough spiritual training to turn your wardrobe into a walking omen. They never confront you directly, of course. That would be honorable. No, their attacks come quietly, through smudged footprints where none should be, through feathers that don't belong to any known bird, through your robes suddenly refusing to dry no matter how long they hang. You once found a dead frog in your sleeve. Still warm. Very much intentional. Why the laundry? Because it's petty. It's personal. It's perfect. A hexed robe wrinkles during ceremonies. It itches. It smells faintly of disappointment and scorn. Sometimes it clings to your ankles just enough to trip you during a blessing. And when the king sees you fumble mid-prayer because your sash has spontaneously tied itself into a noose, he doesn't blame magic. He blames you, and your rivals know it. It's spiritual warfare by lint trap. They can't stab you in public, but they can make your sacred undergarments emit the sound of crying children every full moon. They can accidentally mix banishing herbs into your laundry water, so your favorite tunic repels you. One rival even managed to sneak a snake skin into your ceremonial collar. And now every time you wear it, your voice cracks like a cursed teenage bird priest. You've tried everything. You've reconsecrated the basin. You've burned protective glyphs on your laundry line. You've prayed over your loincloths like they were national treasures. You've threatened to hex them back, which they, of course, take as proof that you're jealous and unstable and possibly possessed. You even resorted to washing your clothes in the temple cenote, which worked, until the cenote spirits complained about pollution, and now your robes smell like fish ghosts. The other priests, naturally, pretend to know nothing. Oh no, they say. Your jaguar print started hissing. That's so strange. Are you sure it wasn't the wind? Or your aura? Then they go back to folding their perfectly white, mysteriously stain-resistant garments, while humming smug little chants under their breath. You can hear them in the hall. Bless this day. Bless this sun. Bless the robe I hex for fun. And you can't complain, because if you bring it up in council, you sound insane. The laundry is cursed. Your Majesty is not the kind of statement that inspires confidence in your divine authority. Especially when a rival priest just gave the queen a fertility reading, so accurate she's already knitting baby tunics. So you suffer in silence. You wear your slightly twitching tunic. You pretend the glowing hem is symbolic. You perform the solstice ceremony while pretending not to notice your robe, softly chanting the name of a forgotten god with every step. Because the temple is a battlefield. And while some priests compete with prophecies or bloodletting or ceremonial dance, others strike where it truly hurts: your dignity, your laundry, your ability to walk into a room without smelling like snake musk and divine retribution. So now you hide your clothes. You wash them under moonlight. You guard them like sacred scrolls. You pray not for rain or harvests, but for a single day where your undergarments don't whisper threats. And still, the war continues. A new herb tucked into your sleeve. A pattern of ash in your sandals. A raven feather in your hood, left facing downward. You don't even know what that means, but it feels insulting. Eventually, you start retaliating. You mix a little holy water with laxative herbs. You carve a glyph into the hem of a rival's robe that subtly encourages public nosebleeds. You whisper into your own laundry, return the favor, and then you feel guilty. Because you're a priest, you're supposed to be above this. But then your sash catches fire during prayer again, and you remember, they started it. Because in the temple, vengeance isn't loud. It's woven into your socks. It's over. The sky has returned. The sun, after its dramatic vanishing act, is back to blazing like nothing ever happened. Birds are chirping again. Farmers are tentatively uncurling from under their thatched roofs. The jaguars have stopped pacing, and the king, whose face was frozen in celestial horror just hours ago, is now pretending he never doubted the divine order at all. Which brings us to your favorite post-apocalyptic ritual, the blame game. Because now that the eclipse has passed and the gods haven't annihilated the city, it's time to decide who almost got everyone killed. No one remembers the chants, the prayers, the blood you spilled. No one is sending you flowers for preventing divine extinction. No, they're all too busy figuring out who slipped up, who misread a sign, who forgot to light that extra bundle of copal, who had the audacity to let the sun go out on their shift. The fact that eclipses are natural celestial phenomena doesn't matter. Not here, not in this temple, not in this culture where the stars are divine text, and every shadow is a warning. If the gods dim the lights, someone must have offended them, and that someone has to be you, or someone like you, preferably someone with a suspicious face, a questionable chant rhythm, or, worst of all, the wrong political alliances inside the temple. And so it begins. The king doesn't openly accuse anyone. He's much too clever for that. Instead, he makes a comment. A soft one. Strange, he says, that the sun disappeared just one day after High Priest Ixkin had that unusual dream about a crumbling pyramid. Everyone hears it. Everyone notes the timing. The accusation isn't shouted. It's whispered. And from that whisper, the storm builds. Other priests start chiming in. Well, now that you mention it, he did seem a bit rushed during the pre-eclipse purification, and I noticed his bloodletting bowl was a little small for the solstice. Wasn't his robe humming again? Suddenly, you're being side-eyed in the incense line. Your ceremonial staff is moved slightly to the left, a symbolic demotion. Your invitation to the king's post-eclipse banquet is lost. You try to defend yourself, but that only makes it worse. Denial, after all, is the first sign of guilt. And then comes the real inquisition, a formal inquiry. You're summoned to explain your rituals, your chants, your wardrobe choices. One council member wants to know why your ceremonial feathers were too blue. Another asks if your ancestors were ever sacrificed for incompetence, because, sometimes spiritual ineptitude skips a few generations. The eclipse becomes your eclipse. The divine hiccup becomes your personal failure. Your rival priests, naturally, are thrilled. They arrive at the hearing dressed like saints, radiating humility and absolutely vibrating with smugness. One of them helpfully offers to review your eclipse calculations, as if you didn't spend 3 months tracking Venus across the sky with an astrolabe made from guilt and insomnia. Another offers to lead next year's ceremony, just in case, which is code for, I will erase you and everyone who shares your bloodline. You point out that no one died, that the gods clearly accepted your offerings, that the sun returned, as predicted, at the exact time your glyph-inscribed calendar said it would. But logic has no place here. Not in a post-eclipse atmosphere thick with paranoia, political jockeying, and passive-aggressive sorcery. So the council deliberates. For hours, possibly days. You fast. You pray. You resist the urge to scream. And when the verdict comes, it's classic temple justice. Vague, non-committal, and just threatening enough to ruin your week. They say that while your rituals were technically acceptable, there was a general tone of imbalance in your performance, a lack of divine warmth. One elder declares that your ceremonial drumbeat lacked emotional sincerity. Another says your eyes didn't glow with cosmic reverence. You nod. You accept it. Because what else can you do? Fight the council? That's how you end up a metaphor in a cautionary mural. You survive barely. You keep your position, but your prestige? Gone. Your ceremonial privileges are scaled back. Your robe rotation is reduced. You're assigned a new apprentice, a smug little 16-year-old whose uncle just joined the king's court. Everyone knows what that means. He's not your assistant. He's your replacement in training. You go back to your rituals, back to your bloodletting, back to pretending that you're still the divine bridge between heaven and earth, and not just another old priest one eclipse away from redundancy. But something's different now. Your hands tremble a little more. Your prayers feel a little less sharp. You've seen behind the curtain. And it's not the gods who are scary. It's the people interpreting them. You realize the temple doesn't run on faith. It runs on fear, on reputation, on being just holy enough to stay alive, and just political enough to stay useful. You think about the eclipse, how quiet it was, how the city held its breath, how the world didn't end. And yet, here you are, still bleeding, still apologizing, still one laundry hex away from disgrace. Because when the sun returns, people don't feel gratitude. They feel embarrassed. And embarrassed people need someone to blame. There's a special kind of panic that sets in when you pray for a sign and actually get one. Not a vague breeze. Not a butterfly landing on your shoulder like in the junior priest training scrolls. No, you wanted something big, something clear, something you could point to and say, look, proof. So you climbed the temple stairs. You fasted until your intestines started hallucinating corn. And you bled just enough to impress the gods without passing out in front of the apprentices. You lifted your voice. You asked the heavens for clarity. And then, because the gods have a twisted sense of humor, they dropped a fireball out of the sky. It wasn't symbolic. It wasn't gentle. It was a rock. A very large, very angry, very on-fire rock that screamed through the atmosphere like an angry sky jaguar and slammed into the earth just close enough to vaporize your dignity. The entire jungle lit up like a torch. Birds exploded out of trees. The sky turned orange. And you, dear priest, fell flat on your face mid-prayer because the gods just answered your request like a cosmic mic drop. For a few glorious seconds, the crowd thought it was planned. A divine trick. They gasped. They clapped. They looked at you with awe, as if you had summoned the sky itself. You almost played along, almost nodded and took credit. But then came a sound. The bone-shaking, soul-shattering boom that arrived too late and far too loud. The sound of atmosphere screaming in pain and the earth trying not to split open. And just like that, the awe turned into fear, reverence into chaos, celebration into everyone scream and run in circles. You want a sign. What you got was an omen so big the king's eyebrows are still raised a full hour later. Now comes the part where you have to explain it. You gather the council. You light every stick of incense in the temple, which is now so thick with smoke the scribes are coughing up prophecies. The king sits on his jade throne, looking you dead in the eye with that expression that says, if this was your idea of a good harvest ritual, you're going to be fertilizer. The nobles whisper. The commoners cry. Somewhere in the background, a drunk farmer insists it was his dead uncle's spirit coming back for his tools. You ignore him. For now, you clear your throat. You begin to speak. You say something about fire from the sky being a message, that it must be interpreted through the sacred calendar, that clearly the gods are emphasizing transformation, renewal, maybe a blessing. You don't sound convinced. Neither does the king. The problem is, you don't know what it means. Because meteor signs aren't covered in the training scrolls. There's no handy guide for what to do when a celestial rock interrupts your prayer with the force of a minor apocalypse. You flip through every mental glyph you know. War. Maybe. Death. Probably. But say either of those out loud, and you'll start a riot. So you go vague. Mysterious. You say it's a test. That always works. The crowd begins to nod. The king leans forward. You tell them the gods are watching. That the fireball was meant to see who would remain faithful, who would continue the rituals, who would dare to look up instead of cowering. You turn the meteor into a mirror, a reflection of society's soul. You've said absolutely nothing. And yet, somehow, you've said everything. But deep down, you're not okay. Because you felt it. That moment of pure, animal terror. That flicker of doubt. That tiny, heretical voice that whispered. What if that wasn't a sign, but a warning? You try to forget it. But the evidence is everywhere. The scorched trees. The crater just outside the city walls. The merchants now selling chunks of sky rock for 5 beans apiece. And the nightmares. Oh yes, The dreams have started. Children muttering in their sleep. Crops wilting in strange patterns. A priest, not even one of yours, wandering the streets naked, shouting about serpent gods and sky fire. You chalk it up to stress, ritual fatigue, bad maze. But then the animals start acting strange. Birds fly in circles. Dogs refuse to enter the temples. Jaguars, who are usually spiritual allies, now glare at you with the quiet judgment of something that knows the gods better than you do. And last night the stars shifted, just slightly, just enough that your nightly chart didn't line up. You pretend it's a smudge, a mistake, but you know, something is coming. And the worst part, everyone thinks you have the answers. The king asks you privately if it means war, if it's time to increase sacrifices, if he should preemptively kill his cousin just to be safe. You say not yet, because that's all you've got. Not yet. Maybe later. Please wait for further sky rocks. And the people, they've decided this is the beginning of a new age. Some are hopeful. Some are terrified. One woman shaved her head and declared herself the mother of flame. You blessed her and moved on. You didn't have the heart to tell her she was standing on a sacred squash bed. You try to maintain order. You schedule more rituals, bigger sacrifices, louder drums. You carve a new glyph, one that technically means renewal, but could also mean everything is on fire depending on pronunciation. The king approves it. You paint on the temple wall and hope no one notices your hands are shaking. Because the truth is, when you prayed for a sign, you thought the gods would whisper. Instead, they screamed. And now you have to smile. You have to chant. You have to act like this isn't the beginning of something big, something terrifying, something possibly extinction level. Because if the people panic, it's your fault. If the crops fail, it's your fault. If another fireball falls from the sky, and this time hits the king's monument to his own ego, guess whose heart is going on the altar first? So you stay awake. You listen to the wind. You talk to the other priests, even the ones who hex your laundry. You watch the stars every night and beg them to go back to normal. But you know they won't, because you asked for a sign, and now the sky is watching you back. You sit on the temple roof at midnight, surrounded by ink pots, cracked bones, and star charts so old they're starting to develop personalities. The sky is clear, silent, perfect. A priest's dream, or, more accurately, a priest's last chance to figure out what the hell is going on before another meteor arrives and ruins your career, your city, and probably your breakfast plans. The stars haven't been helpful lately. Oh sure, they still show up, glittering smugly like they've got secrets you're too dumb to understand. But their positions, wrong. Just wrong enough. Not enough to shout about. Not enough to make the king panic and start executing people again. But enough that you notice. Enough that the sacred Venus glyph doesn't align with the moon god's eyebrow. Enough that your chart, the one you've copied, recalibrated, and bled on 3 times, now reads like it was written by a drunk armadillo. You try to tell yourself it's just drift. A mistake. Maybe you dropped too much copal ash on the codex again. Maybe you're tired. Maybe the stars are fine, and you're the one that's out of alignment. But that little voice in your head, the one that always speaks when the gods are quiet, it whispers. They're warning you. The sky is trying to say something. The problem is, stars are terrible communicators. They blink. They shift. They hide behind clouds. They wait for the one night your apprentice falls asleep and forgets to record their position. They don't come with captions or celestial footnotes. So you're left squinting at constellations that used to feel comforting. The maze bearer, the obsidian rabbit, the 3-toed jaguar of harvest insurance, and realizing they're all ever so slightly out of place. The obsidian rabbit is hopping east this month. The jaguar's tail, curled backward. The maze bearer looks more like he's dropping the maze. You know what that means. You're being mocked by the heavens. But you can't panic. Not openly. Not while the court still expects weekly omens. Not while the king insists on hearing his horoscope before breakfast. So you fake it. You announce that Venus is entering its ascendant warrior phase, which means it's time to sacrifice something that screams. Everyone nods. The crowd is satisfied. The blood runs. And no one asks why your hands are shaking as you draw the next chart. But in the back of your mind, you keep trying to decode it. You go back through years of charts, decades. You consult the Elder Scrolls, the ones written in handwriting so ancient it looks like it was scratched by spiders. You find the old prophecies, the ones nobody reads anymore because they're written in metaphor and doom. When the moon is eaten and the jaguar dances backward, the earth shall tremble and the sky shall speak in fire. You laugh nervously. Surely that's just poetic nonsense. Except the moon was eaten, and there was a meteor, and you're pretty sure the jaguar is doing something suspicious up there. You take your new findings to the temple council. You tell them something's wrong, something big. You show them the misaligned glyphs, the star patterns repeating in ominous ways, the ancient charts that say, bury your treasures and stop planting corn. They look at you like you just proposed marrying a howler monkey. One priest suggests maybe you've been overreading. Another says the stars always wobble this time of year. Someone else coughs and mentions that last time you brought a cosmic warning, it turned out to be a lunar eclipse and a drunk noble woman in white paint. You try to insist this is different, but they don't want different. They want safe. They want predictable. They want the stars to behave like good little gods, silent and symbolic. So they dismiss you, nicely, politely. They tell you to rest more and reduce your night bleeding schedule. And just like that, your warning is filed under probably crazy, right next to the priest who claimed he saw the sun blink. So now it's just you. You and your ink. You and the stars. And something's happening. The omens keep piling up. The eclipse. The meteor. The fire that won't die near the maize fields. The animals migrating in the wrong direction. The fact that no matter how many times you redraw the charts, they keep shifting under your fingers, as if the stars themselves are trying to flee their own prophecy. You start dreaming in constellations. You wake up muttering celestial coordinates. Your apprentices are afraid to wake you because last time you opened your eyes and whispered, it begins at the blood moon, and then fell back asleep. You try to ignore it. You try to perform your rituals. But every time you look at the night sky, it stares back. Because now you see it. The pattern. The message. The sequence unfolding one night at a time. And it's not good. It's not salvation. It's not enlightenment. It's a countdown. You don't know to what, but you're sure you don't want to be here when it hits 0. So you make a decision. You start preparing. Quietly. You clean your tools. You sharpen your knives. You write letters and hidden glyphs. You warn a few trusted priests, the ones who still listen, who haven't yet burned out on bureaucracy and denial. You tell them to watch the stars, to prepare for signs, to be ready when the sky stops blinking and starts falling. Because the worst thing about star charts, they never make sense when you need them to, only after it's too late. You don't read. Not really. Not in the way a scribe does, with all his smug little dots and perfectly curved glyphs, hunched over a bark scroll like it's a love letter from the gods. You know symbols, sure. Sacred ones. Temple-approved ones. You can carve the glyph for maize into stone with your eyes closed and half a ceremonial knife sticking out your thigh. But reading? Reading the way the king imagines. That mystical ability to sit in front of an ancient codex and summon prophecy like you're flipping through the weather forecast. No, that's not you. And yet, you're the one expected to predict Venus. Not just observe Venus. Not just wave at it and say, oh, there she is again, slightly to the left of the blood star. No, you were expected to tell the king, the queen, the war council, and a crowd of villagers with 0 patience whether Venus will appear, disappear, reappear, rise as a morning star, die as an evening star, or fall into the underworld, and take everyone's fertility with it. You can't read, but you're supposed to explain cosmic psychology. You ask the scribes for help, and they act like you've requested their soul. Oh no, they say, this scroll is fragile. This glyph is private. This page is sacred, and also belongs to my cousin's patron. You try to sneak a glance anyway. You peer at the old Venus tables, the ones passed down from long-dead sky watchers who probably also couldn't read, but at least had the decency to die before the star did anything weird. What you find is chaos. The symbols are cryptic. The math is speculative. There are entire columns that appear to be written in a code made of angry bird tracks. The numbers refer to days, or nights, or possibly corn cycles. There's one page that might just be a recipe for spicy frog stew. You're not sure. All you know is this. The planet that's supposed to guide war, love, and high-level sacrifice decisions doesn't have the decency to stay in one place. You track it anyway, like your ancestors, with your eyes, with your gut, with chalk, obsidian, and the occasional screaming nightmare. You climb the temple steps each morning before sunrise and each evening after sunset. You stare at the horizon until your retinas develop permanent squiggles. You sketch the patterns in the dirt, in the margins of your sandals, in the sweat marks on your robe. You do it faithfully, repeatedly, desperately, because if you miss a cycle, if Venus disappears and you didn't predict it, that's not a scheduling error. That's an omen of doom. The king calls you into court one afternoon and says, "When will Venus next vanish?" You smile calmly and say, "5 cycles from now, your radiance." He nods and says, "Good. I'll plan the coronation then." You walk out of the chamber and immediately throw up behind a pillar. Because 5 cycles from now could be exactly right, or just close enough to end an execution. And worse, Venus has started acting strange. It's shifting too early, or too late, or staying up longer than it should, like a drunk guest at a ritual who doesn't realize the ceremony ended an hour ago. The scribes tell you not to worry. The stars move in cycles. They'll realign, but they're not the ones standing in front of the temple on Venus night with a crowd of warriors demanding to know if the gods approve of this year's conquest. They're not the ones whose job security depends on correctly guessing what a giant flaming done the sky plans to do next. And here's the kicker. You start to resent Venus. Really resent it. Not just for its unpredictability, but for how it makes you feel stupid, powerless, small. You're supposed to be the divine messenger, the god's voice on earth. You fast, you bleed, you chant until your tongue curls. And still, you're left squinting at the sky like some anxious farmer, trying to remember if thunder means war or just wet feet. You go back to the basics. Observation, intuition. You whisper to the stars. You bribe the moon priestess for a fresh chart. You stare so long at the heavens that you start seeing glyphs in your own eyelids. You feel your body becoming part of the calendar. Bones aligned to solstices, breath syncing with phases, dreams full of burning stars. You aren't sure if it's wisdom or madness, but either way, it's working. Because eventually, Venus does vanish, right on time. And the people cheer. They praise your name. They call you the Eye of the Gods. The king claps your shoulder and says, "As I knew you would." And you smile. You bow. You mutter something about divine favor. But deep inside, you're thinking, that was luck, because you still can't read. But tonight, Venus listened. It's not just a ceremony. It's never just a ceremony. That's what you tell yourself every time you step barefoot onto the stone platform, heart pounding like you've swallowed a hummingbird. Because every ritual, every chant, every feather arrangement, every precise flick of the obsidian knife is a performance review. And unlike a bad maize harvest or a messy bloodletting accident, a poor performance here isn't followed by a stern talk or a reduction in privileges. No, it ends with someone else wearing your headdress and possibly using your bones for incense trays. There are no second chances in the eyes of the gods. Or, more importantly, in the eyes of the king, the nobles, the other priests, the scribes, the apprentices, and that one smug temple musician who always seems to be playing slightly louder when you mess up. Every movement you make is judged, silently, smugly, and sometimes by that one priest who definitely has it out for you because you once stole his moon calendar slot. The worst part, you're being evaluated by people who don't even know the rules. The king doesn't know how hard it is to bleed, just enough to look pious without passing out and vomiting into the censer. He doesn't know that incense clumps when it's humid, or that feathers don't always stand upright no matter how many times you chant to them. But he'll know, instantly, if you take too long lighting the sacred fire, if the smoke doesn't rise in a pleasing swirl, if the drumbeat falters, if the sky doesn't change color precisely when you raise your hands. That's not ritual error, my friend. That's career suicide. The crowd watches too, eyes wide, mouths silently forming every word of the chant along with you. Not out of reverence, no. They're looking for flaws, for stumbles, for reasons to whisper later that maybe you're not as divine as your headdress implies, that maybe your connection to the gods has gotten a little staticky. And the other priests? Don't even get started. Every ceremony is a competition, a blood-soaked talent show where the prize is status and the punishment is disgrace. You can feel them behind you, watching your hand placements, analyzing your inflection, judging your choice of robe fabric like it's a runway show with stakes that include celestial wrath. You think you're opening the maze portal with reverent precision, but in their minds, you just mispronounced the name of the sun god and invited an earthquake. You try not to let it get to you. You focus. You breathe. You chant. But your voice cracks. Your sandal slips. The wind carries your sacred ash into the queen's lap. And suddenly, everything's off. Now it's survival mode. You start improvising. You add a flourish to your next gesture. You chant louder, slower, adding extra syllables to buy time. You pretend that smudge on your scroll was intentional. A glyph of transcendence, you call it. You draw out the final drumbeat a little too long, hoping the sky will back you up with thunder. It doesn't. You finish the ritual. You bow. You step back. And then you wait. Because this is the worst part. The silence after the offering. That awful moment when everyone is supposed to feel spiritually moved, but instead just looks mildly confused. The king glances at the high priest. The high priest glances at the scribe. The scribe is busy writing, which may or may not be your obituary. Somewhere in the background, a child coughs, and you realize you failed the vibe check. You weren't transcendent. You weren't divinely in sync. You were just sweaty and anxious and possibly bleeding from the wrong place. But there's no fixing it now. So you smile. You say the gods have spoken. You say this ritual was intentionally understated, minimalist, introspective, a reflection of the current astrological humility cycle. The king stares at you like he's wondering whether your skull would make a nice offering bowl. The other priests do that thing where they nod politely, then walk away just a little too fast. And you? You go back to your chamber. You strip off your cursed robe. You scrub your hands raw. You lie on the cool floor and whisper to the ceiling. Just one ceremony where the wind cooperates, please. Because this is your job. Not reading prophecies. Not communing with gods. No, your real job is looking divine under pressure, bleeding gracefully, and pretending you have any control over an audience of nobles, stars, weather, jaguars, and at least 5 deities who clearly woke up cranky today. And tomorrow, you do it again. Because every ritual is a performance review. And in this temple, nobody passes with flying colors. Unless those colors are red, and coming from your chest. It started with the eclipse. That would have been enough. The sun vanished. People screamed. You led the rituals. You bled just the right amount. You shouted the right chants. You even remembered the verse about celestial forgiveness that nobody had used in 3 calendar cycles. But still, the sun went out, and you were blamed for not warning them loud enough. Fine, you could have weathered that. But then, a volcano. Not just a distant, politely grumbling hill in the background like the old pre-scrolls described. No, this one exploded, erupted, roared like the earth itself was furious with your bloodletting technique. Fire, smoke, ash, the whole underworld buffet. The mountain turned into a fire-spewing monster right in the middle of your post-eclipse debrief. And suddenly your minor celestial PR crisis had turned into a full-blown divine meltdown. You just finished telling the king that everything was under control. And then the sky caught fire. The first plume of smoke rose like a giant, accusatory finger pointing directly at your temple. It was so dramatic, even the jaguars paused to watch. Birds dropped from the sky. Farmers wailed. One guy fainted directly into a squash pit. And amid the chaos, the king slowly turned toward you with the expression of someone wondering how long it would take to carve a replacement priest from obsidian. You said it was coincidence, a rare convergence of natural forces, a once-in-a-century overlapping of celestial mechanics and geologic rhythms. You even tried saying it was symbolic, the gods purging the earth to cleanse it of post-eclipse residue. But let's be honest, the people don't care about your theories. They care about the fact that the sun vanished and the ground exploded in the same week. Which, to them, means only one thing. You messed up. Not just oops, forgot a chant, messed up. No, this is the gods are actively trying to murder us territory. People start avoiding you in the plaza. Mothers clutch their children when you pass. Your ceremonial robe, once admired, now looks suspiciously like the color of lava. You try to hold an emergency purification ritual, but the temple musicians refuse to show up. One of your apprentices claims he's too emotionally unwell to fetch the sacred cactus. And your fellow priests? Oh, they love it. They act supportive. They smile and say things like tough week. Huh. Or funny how disasters follow some people. One even sends you a bowl of burnt maize with a note that says, for the volcano gods, just in case. You smile. You thank them. You tell yourself not to cry in front of the altar again. Meanwhile, the volcano doesn't stop. It rumbles. It growls. It belches smoke like a god with indigestion. The air tastes like punishment. The crops are covered in ash. And worst of all, you can't find any prophecies that explain this. The scrolls say nothing about a solar eclipse followed by flaming mountains. The star charts are no help. The sacred codices are vague at best. Something about smoke serpents and the sky weeping fire. But honestly, that could apply to any bad harvest. So you do what every priest in your position does when the heavens have gone completely off script. You guess. You tell the people the fire is part of cleansing. You tell the king it's a test of loyalty. You tell the council that sacrifice numbers are low and maybe the gods are giving performance feedback. You increase bloodletting quotas. You order extra jaguar chants. You hold a festival of rebalancing and make everyone pretend it's always been a thing. But inside, you're unraveling because you know this isn't normal. This isn't divine poetry. This is panic, wrapped in ash, sprinkled with celestial spite. You stay up every night trying to figure out what you missed. Was your chant one syllable off? Did you offend the fire god by using the wrong incense? Did your apprentice forget to purify the obsidian knife? Or is this just what happens when the universe decides to punch your city in the face? You don't know, and that terrifies you. But worse than not knowing is being blamed anyway, because now the king's advisors are whispering. They say maybe the gods want a new voice, a younger voice, maybe someone who can read the star glyphs without squinting, maybe someone who hasn't presided over 2 apocalyptic events in 1 week. You hear them. You smile. You pretend you don't see the backup priest practicing your chants. You try to keep going. You perform the rituals. You lead the prayers. You pretend the ash falling on your shoulders is just sacred snow. But every eye in the city is watching you, waiting, wondering if your next offering will make the ground shake again. If the sun will disappear permanently this time. If maybe, just maybe, the gods are trying to say something very specific. Get this guy off the altar. So you pray. Not for clarity. Not for a miracle. You pray for a boring day. Just one. Just one sunrise that doesn't involve screaming. Just one offering that doesn't come with sulfur. Just one moment when the sky behaves and the mountain stays put. Because in the end, it's not the gods that scare you. It's the people who think they know what the gods want. And when eclipse meets volcano, you don't get promoted. You get burned. It always starts the same way. You're asleep, or at least trying to be. You've done the rituals. You've muttered your prayers. You've offered up enough blood this week to qualify for a second body. You should be exhausted. You were exhausted. But the dreams? They've started getting weird. And not the usual, oops, I forgot my loincloth in front of the fire god. Kind of weird. No, this is the bad kind of dream. The kind where the sky turns inside out. The stars drip like wax. And there's a voice, deep, growling, slow, that rumbles through your ribcage like it's using your bones as a drum. And what does it say? It says, Jaguar God. That's it. That's the message. 2 words, delivered in surround sound doom. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it roars. Sometimes it just laughs. Not cruelly, but worse. Like it knows something. Like it's watching you squirm and thinks it's hilarious. You wake up sweating. Not the warm, spiritual kind of sweat that comes from a divine encounter. This is cold, oh no sweat. You sit up. You stare into the darkness. You try to convince yourself that it was just a dream. Just a regular, deeply cursed, probably too much sacrificial smoke kind of dream. Except it's not the first one. It's the 3rd this week. And each time, it's getting clearer. Now, you know novice. You've studied enough vision protocol to know when something's serious. If you dream of maize, it means fertility. If you dream of fire, it's purification. If you dream of a giant snake eating the moon, it's your cousin trying to hex your breakfast. But if you dream, repeatedly, of the Jaguar God, that's bad. That's start putting your affairs in order bad. You try to dismiss it. Maybe it's symbolic. Maybe the jaguar represents strength, ferocity, independence. You tell yourself that for a few hours, until you remember what happened the last time someone heard Jaguar God in a dream. He's still in the temple archives, in a jar, technically around the archives, depending on which part survived. See, the Jaguar God isn't like the maize god or the rain god. He's not here to bless your crops or pat you on the head. He's the god of the underworld, of night, of claw and fong and very, very bad timing. When he shows up, he doesn't speak in gentle riddles. He bites. And when he starts haunting your dreams, it means one thing. The gods are about to go full apocalypse mode, and you're their favorite chew toy. So now you got a problem. You can't exactly go to the king and say, hey, I think the underworld's top predator is personally interested in me. That kind of confession tends to get you assigned to the night shift at the sacrificial pit. You also can't tell the other priests, because half of them already think you've lost it after the Eclipse volcano double feature. So you do what any responsible spiritual professional would do. You lie. You smile. You lead the rituals. You announce that the gods are pleased. You even invent a new festival in honor of the celestial jaguar, which you claim is totally different from the underworld jaguar god. You commission an apprentice to paint a big, friendly mural of smiling jaguar giving a thumbs up, which, in retrospect, looks more like it's about to disembowel someone. But the dreams keep coming. Now the jaguar god isn't just whispering. He's following you, in visions, in the smoke, in the reflections on temple stone. You see him out of the corner of your eye during a maize offering. You hear him breathing during chants. Last night, you woke up with claw marks on your mat. Not real ones, you tell yourself, just symbolic claw marks. You repeat that until you believe it. You start bleeding more, fasting longer, chanting harder. It doesn't help. Instead, the god gets closer. And here's the part that really makes you want to hide in a cenote. You're starting to understand him. Not in words, not in glyphs, but in instinct. Like your body knows what's coming. Like your bones have been waiting for this moment your whole life. You see yourself not just performing rituals, but being the ritual. Not just interpreting omens, becoming one. The jaguar god doesn't want your worship. He wants your transformation. And that's terrifying, because you're not sure what's going to be left when he's done. You're still a priest, still human, still mostly flesh and worry. But the more he stalks your dreams, the more you feel jaguarish. You're waking up at night with your hands curled into claws. Your eyes are more sensitive in the dark. You're thinking in rhythms, stalk, wait, pounce instead of glyphs and prayers. You mention this to an apprentice. He calls you enlightened. You call it doomed, because you know what happens next. Soon, there will be a sign, a very public one. The fire will go out mid-ritual. The sacred drum will snap. The sky will bleed at sunset. Something will shift, and the whole city will look at you and realize what you've known for days. You're not the priest anymore. You're the omen. And when that happens, they'll panic. They'll drag you to the temple steps. They'll carve a new glyph, one that looks a lot like a jaguar's eye, and they'll place it over your heart as it's being removed. That's how the story ends. Unless, of course, the jaguar god has other plans. But you don't get to ask. You just dream, and listen, and wait. Time, in your world, is not linear. It is not digital. It is not politely counted by tiny ticking hands on a wall. No, time is sacred, circular, unpredictable, and extremely judgmental. And your job, as a temple priest, is to keep it from falling apart. With what, you ask? A rock and a drum. That's it. The rock is sacred, of course. A beautifully carved, possibly volcanic, possibly stolen from someone higher-ranking chunk of stone that supposedly channels cosmic rhythms through its crystalline geometry. You place it in the sunlight. You chant over it. You tilt it just so during solstices and equinoxes, because apparently the gods are very into dramatic lighting effects. You draw shadow lines and chalk glyphs around it, hoping it will tell you whether this week is a good time to bless the maze or declare war on your neighbors. And the drum? The drum keeps beat with the calendar of eternity. Or at least that's the theory. It's made from sacred wood, stretched with skin from something that definitely didn't volunteer, and painted with symbols that may or may not translate to do not touch unless you're ready to summon time snakes. Every morning, you strike it, once for each bead of the sacred day, again for each turn of the moon, again for the cycles of Venus, and once more for dramatic effect. And somehow, between the rock and the drum, you are expected to synchronize all reality. The gods don't send reminders. The stars don't email updates. The moon doesn't file status reports. It's all up to you and your weird little ritual tools. One miscount, and suddenly the fertility festival is happening during a drought. One extra beat, and you accidentally open the underworld gate on a feast day. And nobody forgets that incident. So you obsess. You track the sun's shadow across the temple steps. You measure it with cords. You count the drum beats with pebbles. You note when the birds start acting weird. You record which apprentice had prophetic diarrhea. You read the smoke. You read the bones. You read the faint crack on the face of your sacred rock, and try not to interpret it as a cosmic threat. You're basically running a 500-year clock using sky, fire, dust, and your own paranoia. And here's the kicker. Everyone else acts like it's obvious. The king? He demands you tell him exactly when the current Bacton ends. The scribes nod solemnly as if they, too, understand the 260-day sacred calendar and how it interlocks with the 365-day civil one, which it absolutely doesn't. The warriors expect you to calculate battle blessings down to the hour. The villagers? They just want to know when to plant corn so the gods don't turn their babies into frogs again. So you pretend. You smile. You chant. You strike the drum like it knows the answer. You stare at the rock like it's whispering secrets only you can hear. You say things like, the time of bone wind approaches. And yes, this is clearly the 13th cartoon of the 3rd Tan's 5th Yunal. Everyone nods. No one asks questions, because they assume you have it under control, which is hilarious because some nights you lie awake asking yourself if today was really day 8 of the sacred cycle, or if your assistant dropped the ceremonial maze again and threw the whole thing off by a day and a half. And once you start doubting, it's impossible to stop. What if you've been off for years? What if the sun only rose this morning out of pity? The worst part is the rock doesn't help. It just sits there, being a rock, judging you. Sometimes you think you hear it laughing. Not in a cruel way. More in a look at you trying to interpret infinity with a drum and half a calendar kind of way. You resent it. You also fear it, because deep down, you suspect it knows more than you do. That it feels time, that it would correct you if it could, but instead it just waits, silently, for the moment when you finally mess up so badly the god sent a rain of frogs. And the drum? Oh, the drum is worse. It echoes, not just sound, but meaning. A beat out of place. It ripples through the temple, into the bones of the ritual dancers, into the steps of the sacred procession, into the ears of the gods themselves. You strike it too fast, and suddenly your warriors are marching out on the wrong day, under the wrong star, and they come home with arrows in places you didn't think could be pierced. You've seen it happen. You've caused it to happen. And that's why now, every time you lift your hand to strike the drum, it shakes a little, just slightly, enough that you have to pause, close your eyes, and say a silent prayer that today is the day time behaves. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the shadow is late. The moon refuses to rise. Venus stays stubbornly invisible. The birds fly the wrong way. The drum doesn't echo like it should. And suddenly, the day feels off, uncalibrated. People notice. They don't say it, but they start mumbling. They clutch their children. The temple guards ask if you're feeling well. One of your rivals offers to stand in just this once. You know what that means. You hit the drum anyway. Because what else can you do? You keep time the only way you know how. With a rock, a drum, a haunted calendar, and the ever-tightening grip of expectations. You perform. You pretend. You pray the illusion of control holds just long enough to make it to the next solstice. Because if you miss the mark by even a breath, if you strike one beat too soon or too late, it's not just your job on the line. It's reality. There's a kind of silence only the gods can create. Not the peaceful, sleep under the stars, listen to the crickets kind of silence. No, this is heavier. This silence is weight. It presses down on your temples, behind your eyes, inside your bones. It's the silence of absence, of disappointment, of you're on your own. And it always shows up right when you need answers the most. One moment, you're mid-ritual. Everything's fine. The incense is rising just right. The chants are tight. Your sacred robe doesn't smell too much like dried blood and old iguana. You've got the whole city watching, the king in the front row, and you're halfway through invoking the maize god for a bountiful harvest. Then nothing. Not a flicker. Not a breeze. Not a single reassuring shiver down your spine. You pause. Just slightly. Just enough to notice the crowd shifting. Waiting. Expecting. You power through. You repeat the invocation. You cut a little deeper. You light a second bundle of sacred herbs, because maybe the first one wasn't a right blend. Still nothing. Just the smoke, the heat, and the godless echo of your own voice bouncing off the stone. You think, maybe they're busy. Maybe some other priest in some other temple is currently holding the cosmic conch shell of divine attention. That'll be fine. Understandable. The gods have a schedule. But the silence stretches longer than it should. You try another prayer. You offer more blood. You mumble an improvised chant that definitely isn't in the scrolls, but sounds appropriately holy. Still, silence. You've done everything right. You bathed. You fasted. You refrained from yelling at the apprentices. You arranged the obsidian knife with exactly 3 strands of ceremonial thread, as dictated by ancient protocol, and that one time it actually worked. You even avoided meat this week. What more do they want? The problem is, you don't know. Because the gods won't say. They go quiet the way parents do when they want you to figure it out yourself. Except instead of teaching responsibility, they're teaching fear. Existential, blood-soaked fear. Because when the gods stop speaking, anything can happen. Drought, war, eclipse, volcano, or worse, nothing at all. The kind of slow decay that rots crops, weakens kings, and turns your once revered temple into a very expensive bird bath. And here's the part that really stings. When the gods do speak, it's never when you ask. You'll be half asleep, face down on a jaguar hide pillow, dreaming of literally anything but sacred calendars, and suddenly they'll whisper one cryptic line like, "Beware the second rain." That's it. That's your divine message for the week. Not when, not why, not what the first rain is. And of course, when you mention it at the next council meeting, everyone looks at you like you've started licking the censer again. You know they expect more. The king wants predictions. The people want clarity. Your fellow priests want reassurance that this whole bleeding and screaming routine is actually working. But the gods? The gods want mystery. And silence is the cruelest mystery of all. You try to decode it. You go full sacred detective. Was it the chant cadence? The incense? Did someone use the wrong type of obsidian? You glare at your apprentice. He swears he swept the altar 3 times and didn't leave any unsanctioned offerings. But you saw a banana near the statue of the death god, and that's just asking for trouble. Still silence. So you dig into the scrolls. You meditate. You chant until your voice gives out. You bleed. You cry. You try begging, not for miracles, but for a sign that the gods haven't just left, that they're still up there, watching, judging, plotting, that this silence is intentional, strategic, even, and not just the result of divine boredom or cosmic ghosting. And just when you're ready to give up, when you're about to stand in front of the temple crowd and admit you don't know if the sun's coming back next week, something small happens. A bird flies in the wrong direction. The flame flickers sideways. You cough and taste ash, but there's no fire. Just enough weirdness to remind you that they're still here. Still watching. Not helping, of course. Not guiding. Just hovering in the spiritual background, like terrible in-laws at a family gathering. Judging every move, refusing to speak, and somehow still making it all about them. You take the sign. You smile. You tell the crowd the gods have spoken, and that all is well. They cheer. The king claps your shoulder. You nod, sweat pouring down your back. You've survived another day of silence. But you know better, because that quiet, it'll come back. It always does. Usually when the moon turns red, or a child is born with 6 fingers, or the maize starts sprouting upside down. And when it does, you'll go through it all again. The begging, the bleeding, the desperate search for cosmic approval. Because silence, in your world, isn't peace. It's a warning. And the gods, they get quiet at the worst moments. You've been watching the stars your entire life. Not because you're romantic. Not because you enjoy late-night sky gazing. No, because if one of them goes missing, you're the one who gets blamed. You, the priest. The official keeper of heavenly order. The humble translator of light-years-old dots in the sky. You don't get to say, weird, like everyone else. If a star disappears, you go into panic mode. It doesn't matter how small it is. Doesn't matter if it's just a faint speck tucked next to Venus that only appears 3 times a year, and only if you squint while fasting. If it's gone, your entire job, your entire city's stability, starts to unravel like a badly tied loincloth. And tonight, that star is gone. You noticed it while checking the eastern quadrant. Just a routine scan. You weren't even looking for trouble. You were thinking about whether your headdress feathers were falling out in a way that could be misinterpreted as a curse. But then your gaze drifted to the constellation you call the smoking frog. And the frog's eye? Gone. Just empty sky. You blink. You check again. You fetch the polished obsidian mirror for clarity. Still nothing. You whisper to your assistant, "Is it cloudy?" And he looks at you like you asked whether the moon has legs. There's no cloud. No smoke. No eclipse. Just missing. Now, rationally, it could be a lot of things. Maybe the star dimmed. Maybe the air shimmered weird. Maybe your eyes are tired after spending all day decoding what turned out to be a wine stain on a glyph scroll. But reason has no place here. Not when stars disappear. Not when the universe has its own HR department. And you're always one mistake away from getting celestial demoted. You don't sleep. You pace the temple roof all night, muttering equations you don't understand, asking the wind for clarification. You reposition the stone compass. You chant to the gods of visibility. You promise not to mock the moon's lazy orbit again, if they'll just put the frog's eye back where it belongs. Still nothing. By dawn, you're sweaty, twitchy, and seconds away from declaring a ritual emergency. Because once the king finds out, it's going to be a political nightmare. He doesn't care how stars work. He'll just ask if this means war, or famine, or rebellion, or whether his sixth wife's birthmark was actually a prophecy. So you act fast. You discover a new omen. Something about stellar transitions and invisible celestial migration. You invent a whole myth on the spot. Something about the frog god blinking to indicate a cycle change. The apprentices write it down. You have them carve a new glyph shaped like a half-lidded eye. You even stage a ceremony to honor the shifting sky. But inside, you're losing it. Because this isn't normal. Stars don't just vanish. Not stars you've mapped. Not stars you've named. Not stars whose appearance was once used to calculate whether it was a good day to bless chickens. And if one star can go missing, what else can? You start rechecking every chart, every carving. You squint at the sky until your neck seizes. You demand 3 other priests confirm the absence. They do, reluctantly, while side-eyeing you like you might be cursed. The stone astronomer suggests maybe the gods are changing the sky's configuration for fun. For fun. That's not how divine calendars work. So you get desperate. You offer sacrifices. Not the good kind. The blood and bones. Pray until your lips crack kind. You chant until your voice goes raw. Until your skin smells like charcoal and cactus ash. You call on every deity with even a hint of connection to the stars, which is all of them. Because, in your world, everything is connected to the stars. And still silence. The frog's eye remains gone. And it's in that moment, hunched on the temple roof at dawn, face streaked with soot and self-doubt, that you realize you're not in charge. You never were. The stars don't obey you. They never did. You just told yourself they did. So the blood had somewhere to go. So the people had a reason to sleep at night. So the king didn't look up and realize the cosmos doesn't give a dried frog's toe about his dynasty. You stare at the blank patch of sky, and for the first time in years, you say nothing. Not a chant, not a plea, not a performance. Just breath. You wait, and eventually, the sky begins to brighten. The sun starts to rise, and in that soft, golden glow, something flickers, just for a second, in the corner of your vision. A speck, a dot, a star. Maybe the frog blinked. Maybe it moved. Maybe you imagined the whole thing and had a celestial breakdown over a piece of space dust. You don't know, and that's the worst part. Because the stars are never just stars. They're time, they're fate, they're judgment. And when even one of them goes missing, panic mode is not just reasonable. It's required. You always knew this day would come. Not the end of the world. Not literally. But the end of the calendar. The great, holy, beautifully complicated, mathematically backflipping calendar system that you and your priestly ancestors spent centuries building, maintaining, and trying desperately to pretend made perfect sense. And now, it ends. Not in fire. Not in prophecy. Just with an awkward empty square. A blank spot. A cosmic ellipsis. And everyone's looking at you like you planned this. See, the thing no one tells you about being a timekeeper priest is that calendars are terrifying. They seem orderly on the surface. Nice little glyphs, clean cyclical logic, impressive astronomy with just enough bloodletting to keep things festive. But underneath, all that sacred structure is chaos. Cosmic chaos. Because when you build a calendar that spans thousands of years, at some point, it has to stop. Not because the world ends, but because you ran out of room on the stone. That's it. That's the whole grand mystery. And now that you're at the edge of the known Bacton, the sacred 13 cycle, people are panicking like the sky is about to peel off and start throwing snakes. You try to explain, it's just the end of cycle. A reset, like sharpening the celestial pencil. But all anyone hears is, "So the gods are rebooting the simulation?" You say, no, it's symbolic. They say, symbolic like a flood? Or symbolic like mass disintegration? The king wants answers. His scribes are sketching backup temples. His wise are fasting out of spite. Meanwhile, villagers are offering you goats they don't even own. One guy shows up with a chicken, a flute, and an expression that says, "Please don't let my corn explode." You try to stay calm. You give a long, thoughtful speech about time being cyclical, about how every ending is just a new beginning. You quote sacred scrolls. You reference Venus. You throw in a jaguar metaphor for good measure. And for a brief moment, it works. People nod. They breathe. The panic dips. And then someone asks, "Okay, but what comes after 2012? You freeze. Because the answer is, you have no idea. The system ends. The sacred round resets. There's no glyph for what comes next. Not because the gods told you to stop there, but because your ancestors probably said, 13 back tons? Yeah, that should be enough. If we get that far without the sky collapsing, they can figure it out themselves. Thanks, ancestors. Real helpful. Now you're stuck. You can't just invent a new Bacton on the spot. That's not how divine time works. There are rules, ceremonies, chant permissions. You need at least 4 other priests, 2 eclipses, and a sacred turtle shell to declare a new cycle officially. And you haven't even found the turtle. So you fake it. You act mysterious. You say things like, "The next cycle is not meant to be known yet," or "Time beyond 2012 exists in the spirit realm, not on stone." This makes you sound wise. Also makes people slightly terrified, which is good. Fear keeps them from noticing how deeply confused you are. Behind the scenes, your temple staff is panicking. The stone carver has no idea what glyph to chisel next. Your best astronomer has started muttering about celestial recursion. Your ceremonial drummer won't stop playing ominous rhythms, just in case. And then come the doomsayers. Oh, the doomsayers. They love this. They set up booths. They shout at markets. They claim the gods whispered the date to them personally. They wear bones and ash and call themselves sky prophets. One guy shows up with a scroll that just says "Big Fire" in very aggressive brushstrokes. And all of them blame you for not warning the people earlier. You try to argue that nothing is ending, that it's just a cosmic tick forward, that the sun will rise and the maize will grow, and unless the gods have developed a taste for dramatic irony, life will go on. But even you're not 100% sure, because secretly, the calendar feels final. You look at that last glyph, that perfect 13, that sacred spiral drawn into silence, and you think, what if this isn't just a reset? What if this really is the edge of divine knowledge? What if your ancestors did know something, and they just didn't write it down because, well, carving stone is hard and expensive? You tell yourself that's absurd. Then you remember the time a bat flew into the temple right after a bad eclipse, and your assistant tripped over a turtle and cracked the incense burner. And suddenly you're not so confident in what's a sign and what's just bad timing. So you prepare, just in case. You perform the end-of-cycle rituals with extra flair. You wear the really sacred headdress, even though it smells like damp feathers and regret. You sacrifice twice the usual number of symbolic squash. You chant with a dramatic pause before the last line, like maybe it'll give the gods time to reconsider any apocalyptic tendencies. You light the fires. You call the people. You tell them to face the sunrise. And then, the morning comes. No fire rains from the sky. No jaguar god climbs out of the temple floor. No cosmic blender pulps your city into soup. Just light. Just breath. Just another day. You nod. You raise your hands. You say something mystical like, "The cycle renews," and the crowd cheers. The king nods. The doomsayers look annoyed. You smile. Inside, you're exhausted, terrified, relieved, but mostly, you're annoyed, because you know what they're going to ask now. So, when does the next calendar end? There's a strange thing about being a priest in this city. One minute, you're a living god, wrapped in jaguar skins, praised for predicting when Venus will blush, fed honey and respect like your blood sugar is sacred. People kneel when you walk by. Mothers whisper your name into their babies' ears. The king nods when you speak, which is the 8th century equivalent of a standing ovation. But the moment you make one mistake, one hiccup, one slightly off shadow measurement, one bad omen that turns out to be a bird with gas, it's over. Reverence evaporates faster than blood on a sunstone. It's not even a big mistake at first. Maybe your drumbeat was off during the eclipse ceremony. Maybe you announced rain and got a plague of beetles. Maybe the maize goddess statue fell over mid-prayer and crushed a ceremonial pumpkin in front of 400 villagers and 3 of the king's wives. Everyone saw it. Everyone pretends it's fine. But you can feel it. The air shifts. Your apprentices start using phrases like, according to ancient sources, instead of like the high priest said. The scribes stop copying your glyphs with flair. The cooks serve you slightly colder tamales. The temple guard no longer smiles when you pass. And that man used to cry during your summer solstice invocations. You try to recover. You lead the rituals with extra drama. You bleed a little more. You chant like your lungs are on fire. You even memorize 4 new sky cycles and work them into the daily offerings. You apologize to the maize goddess statue privately and offer her your best feather necklace. Nothing, because that one mistake, it stuck, and now you're not just a priest. You're a priest who faltered, which, in this culture, is like being a god who tripped during his own lightning bolt. And worse, the rumors begin. Did you anger the gods? Have you lost your celestial connection? Was that really just bad incense or a sign? You hear whispers in the marketplace. One woman claims you summoned the drought because your robe had an unauthorized lizard pattern on it. A boy outside the temple says your shadow looks slightly wrong. Your fellow priests, the ones who used to ask your opinion on eclipse geometry, are now quietly brushing up on their own star charts. Just in case you're finished. And the king? Oh, the king still pretends he supports you. But he asks more questions now. Innocent ones. What if someone else were to perform the autumn fire rites this year? Don't you look tired lately? Is the sun a little late today? Or is that just me? It's subtle, until it's not. One morning, you walk into the temple chamber and your ceremonial mat is gone. Just gone. In its place is a less impressive one, woven with plain patterns and absolutely no sacred serpent trim. You say nothing. You sit. You smile. Because you know what this is. It's the beginning of the end. And the irony? You've seen this happen before. You remember old High Priest Tlek, revered for decades, predicted a solar storm to the day. Then one season, he botched a simple fertility chant, and the maize came in sour. The people started calling him Whispers with Worms. Within 2 months, he was reassigned to a shrine on the edge of the jungle, where the biggest ritual involved waving feathers at mosquitoes. And now, you're next. You start second-guessing yourself. Every ritual, every chant. You go back over your scrolls like a desperate student who already failed the exam. You find nothing wrong. Or maybe you find too many things. You start seeing patterns where none exist. Wait. That bird landed on the wrong statue. Does that mean civil war? Or diarrhea? You dream of the gods laughing. You wake up sweating under 10 pounds of ceremonial guilt. And all around you, the crowd still bows. Still chants. Still calls you the voice of the heavens. But not with faith. With fear. Or worse, with habit. They're waiting. Waiting to see if you'll make another mistake. Waiting for proof that you've lost the favor of the stars. Waiting for the next storm, the next drought, the next omen that doesn't fit. And when it happens, and it will happen because time is relentless and stars are moody, they won't gasp in surprise. They'll nod, because they've already decided. You peaked. And all that's left is to fall. You did it. You actually did it. The rains came. The maize grew. The river didn't flood the village or run dry, or spontaneously boil like it did 2 summers ago. There was just enough sun to please the fire god, and just enough mist to keep the fertility goddess from throwing a tantrum. The harvest was full, plump, slightly smug, the kind of maize that practically sings when you shuck it. People danced. The king smiled. You got 3 whole days without anyone asking if the world was ending. You saved the harvest. And for exactly 5 minutes, you are a hero. The villagers leave offerings at your doorstep. The children bow to your shadow. The temple cooks give you the slightly better tamales. You overhear someone call you, "He who speaks in corn." A title, by the way, you would absolutely get carved into a stone column if it weren't a logistical nightmare. But then comes the worst thing that ever happens to a successful priest. Expectation. Because saving the harvest once. Wonderful. A miracle. A divine intervention that proves your bloodletting technique is, in fact, top tier. But the moment it works, it's not a miracle anymore. It's a standard. You're now the guy who saves the harvest, which means next year, and every year after that, you better do it again. No excuses. No wobbly eclipses or moody star alignments. No, well, the rain god is in retrograde, or Venus had indigestion. Doesn't matter. The maize must come, and if it doesn't, it's not the god's fault. It's yours. You used to fear natural disasters. Volcanoes, droughts, the occasional surprise jaguar. Now you fear success, because every good year resets the bar. You do your job right, and suddenly everyone assumes you're best friends with the celestial produce manager. You try to explain this to the king. Gently, politely. You say, the cycles of time are unpredictable. What succeeded this ton may not apply in the next. He nods thoughtfully, then asks if you can just double the blood this time to be safe. That's not how any of this works. But good luck explaining that to someone whose idea of farming is watching other people do it. So here you are, a year later, back on the temple platform, back in your very scratchy, ceremonial robe, back holding the sacred obsidian blade and muttering prayers that rhyme just enough to sound poetic, but not enough to get stuck in your head. And this time, the signs aren't as clear. The wind feels off. The frogs are quieter. Venus skipped her usual peekaboo in the sky last week, which is never a good omen. Your assistant sneezed during the maize blessing, which might be a curse, depending on which temple scroll you consult. But none of that matters, because the crowd has gathered, the drums have started, and they are waiting for you to save the harvest again. No pressure. You bleed. You chant. You dance like your dignity is negotiable. You shout the old words with the confidence of a man who hasn't slept in 3 days and might be hallucinating slightly. You do everything exactly like last time, and still, you're not sure. Will the rain come? Will the soil yield? Or will the gods decide that one successful season was enough? And now it's time to humble the man who thinks he understands the sacred rhythms of the stars. You try not to think about it. You light the incense. You step back. You smile like a man who didn't just use his own blood to bribe a weather system. The crowd cheers. And then, you wait. 1 day. 2 days. Nothing. Then clouds. Then thunder. Then blessed, glorious, utterly nerve-melting rain. You exhale. You collapse. The people cheer again. The king nods, pleased. Excellent, he says. Now let's start preparations for next year. You smile. You bow. And inside, you scream. Because you know what this means. You save the harvest. Again. And now, you have to do it forever. Everyone assumes your job is magical. They see the headdress, the chants, the firelight flickering off your carefully painted face, and they think, there goes the man who talks to the gods, the cosmic ambassador, the spiritual bridge between heaven and here, the hotline operator with a direct line to whatever flaming jaguar deity is currently managing solar flares. And sure, that's the reputation. That's what the villagers whisper when you pass. That's what the king tells visiting nobles when they ask how the maize forecasts are looking. And that's what your apprentices believe for about a week. until they realize that most of what you do, the grand, sacred, divinely ordained priesthood, is less like a spiritual dialogue and more like talking to very decorated stone walls and hoping someone, somewhere, is listening. You wake up before the sun. You climb the steps of the temple. You light the incense. You kneel in front of the carved image of a god who once demanded 3 frogs, a dog, and a screaming lizard in exchange for rain. And you start talking, and bleeding, and humming, and pacing, and staring into the divine abyss while trying to sound confident. You pour out praise, questions, riddles, and desperate cosmic begging in equal measure. You chant until your voice is dry and your knees ache. And the gods say nothing. The walls say nothing. Even the smoke feels indifferent. And still, you keep going, because everyone believes you're in direct contact with the divine. You're not allowed to say, actually, most of the time I'm just hallucinating from blood loss and heat exhaustion and hoping the wind shifts when I finish chanting. That wouldn't go over well. So you sell the silence. You call a mystery. You say, the gods speak not in words, but in signs, and hope no one asks what the sign was when your last prophecy accidentally predicted a goat riot instead of a peaceful eclipse. You explain that true messages are subtle, that only the attuned ear can hear them, which conveniently means no one can call you out when the message is just a slight shiver in the air or the way your ceremonial torch almost went out mid-prayer. But the truth, the deep, lonely, skin-crawling truth, you mostly talk to walls, beautiful walls, holy walls, painted and carved and blessed walls. But walls, you've whispered your deepest fears to them. You've pleaded for answers. You've screamed into the empty stone when the eclipse came early and no one knew what it meant. And sometimes, just sometimes, the walls answer, not in words, not in signs, but in your own mind. A flicker of thought, a sudden conviction, a moment of knowing that isn't quite knowing, like an echo that didn't belong to you. Was it divine, or were you just very tired? You'll never know, because that's the secret. The gods don't send letters. They don't show up in person and explain the rain schedule. They don't pat you on the back after a well-executed bloodletting and say, nice work on that third chant. Really nailed the resonance. You just speak. You hope. You guess. And then you perform. Because it's not just about what you say. It's about how you say it. The way you raise your hands during the invocation. The way you pause before naming a god. The rhythm of the drumbeat behind your voice. The slow, ceremonial turn toward the east. It's theater. Holy theater. Ritual performance backed by fear, memory, and the knowledge that if you mess up, someone's crops might die. So you keep talking to the walls, even when they stay silent, even when your voice cracks, even when your assistant is definitely asleep behind the column and you've been praying for 7 hours straight. Because one day, the gods might answer. And if they do, you want to be the first one who hears them, or at least be the one who pretends you did with just enough confidence to keep the king happy, the people fed, and the stone walls standing another year. The night before an eclipse should be quiet, peaceful, sacred even. But for you, the priest responsible for interpreting this celestial horror show, sleep isn't just unlikely. It's impossible. You lie down, you close your eyes, and immediately, your brain becomes a ceremonial drum circle of panic. Did you calculate the eclipse correctly? Did you time a chance right? Was the frogskin drum tuned to the right lunar pitch? Did you actually see that shadow creeping toward the edge of the star disk? Or was that just a smudge on the obsidian? And worst of all, what if this is the eclipse that ends everything? Because eclipses, they're not just sky events. They're cosmic audits. And you're the one whose paperwork is under review. In your culture, an eclipse isn't just the moon blocking the sun. No, that would be too simple. That would be astronomy. Instead, it's the sky gods temporarily dying, fighting, or, worst of all, withholding their divine presence because someone messed up a ritual. Guess who they think that someone is? You. So while the villagers light candles and nervously chew maize, you're pacing the temple roof in full ceremonial garb, asking the stars not to kill you. Again, you try to rest. You do. You lie down on your stone mat, place your head on the least uncomfortable sacred pillow, and breathe deeply. You recite chants to calm your nerves, soft, repetitive things about the fire god's gentle glow and the fertility goddess's seasonal patience. But your brain has other ideas. What if you forgot to sacrifice enough incense last month? What if that jaguar you saw in a dream was not symbolic, but a warning? What if the blood you offered was too thin, or too thick, or from the wrong assistant? You sit up in a sweat. You light more incense. You bleed a little just in case. You realign the stones in the sacred calendar courtyard and whisper to the moon that you're trying your best. But the moon doesn't care. The moon is just a smug disk of reflected doom, slowly gliding into position like a god's eyelid blinking on your career. And you know what's coming. The eclipse begins tomorrow, and when it does, the sky will go dark. The wind will die. The birds will panic. The villagers will scream. The king will look to you with the kind of face that says, this better be part of the plan. And if you're wrong, if the eclipse lasts too long, or happens too early, or causes someone's cat to explode, they won't say, celestial phenomena are complex. They'll say, the priest failed. So how are you supposed to sleep? How do you sleep when your entire worldview, your job, your city, your dignity, is about to be judged by a giant black circle in the sky? You try again. You lie down. You focus on your breath. You listen to the night sounds, crickets, distant flutes, the soft mutter of another priest whispering prayers into a clay bowl like at the customer complaint box for the divine. You almost drift off, and then a cloud passes in front of the moon, just for a second, but it's enough. Your eyes snap open. Your stomach drops. You sit up panic-tight and soaked in sweat. Was that the start? No. That's tomorrow. You checked. You double-checked. You used 3 different star charts and even asked the old blind priest with the owl bone pendulum. And he hasn't been wrong since the fire festival disaster of 77. But now you're not sure. You run outside. You check the sky. You stare at the moon until your eyes ache. It's fine. It's normal. Still glowing like it's not about to make your entire city lose its collective mind. But now you're fully awake. And the anxiety, it's just getting warmed up. Because you remember something else, something worse. The timing of an eclipse isn't just important. It's everything. If it comes during the wrong hour, bad. If it arrives during a sacred birth window, worse. If it happens when Mercury is in retro argument with Venus and the frog constellation is frowning, unholy catastrophe. You check your notes. You remeasure the sun's stone. You cross-reference your backup scrolls, even though they were mostly copied by that apprentice who still can't tell a serpent glyph from a noodle. The stars are silent. Your bones hurt. You still can't sleep. Because the truth is, eclipses make you mortal. Not in the obvious sense. Not in the you'll die someday sense. But in the you're small and wrong, and maybe the gods are laughing at you sense. Because you spent your life pretending you understand the heavens. And an eclipse is the sky's way of saying, oh really? Let's see. You thought being a priest meant reverence, enlightenment, maybe a nice robe, and a lifetime of saying poetic things while holding a stick. You didn't sign up to be the official dumping ground for your entire civilization's misfortunes. But here you are, and it turns out being the most spiritually enlightened man in town also means you're the easiest to blame when the sun hiccups, the maize doesn't grow, or someone's goat gives birth to a lizard-shaped disappointment. Nobody told you that in training. They called it a divine calling, a sacred honor. You were chosen by the gods to speak on their behalf, which sounds great until the gods go silent, and you're still expected to deliver weekly updates like some celestial weatherman without the benefit of radar or mercy. And when the rains don't come, they don't blame the sky. They blame you. The villagers look up at the parched heavens, shake their heads, and then turn slowly toward the temple steps like it's your fault the clouds got stage fright. Maybe the priest made the wrong offering, they whisper. Maybe he forgot to chant the fourth verse backward. Maybe he sneezed on the maize idol. Never mind the fact that your offerings have been meticulously prepared, your timing perfect, your blood spilled on schedule. If the gods are upset, clearly you did something. It's not even malicious. It's just convenient. Because you're the one with the feathers, the one with the title, the one who promised, or rather, was forced to promise, that by performing the right rituals, balance would be kept. So when balance goes out for a smoke break and never returns, you become the face of cosmic disappointment. You remember when a sudden hailstorm destroyed half the crop one year. A natural fluke, a rare meteorological event. Everyone knew that. The farmers even said, "Oh well, nothing could have prevented that." And then, 2 days later, one of them tripped over a snake and broke his arm. And suddenly it was, well, maybe the priest shouldn't have used so much frog blood last solstice. You're not even mad anymore. Just tired. You try to speak up once. Gently, humbly, with all the caution of a man navigating a field of sacred eggshells. You suggest that perhaps the gods are mysterious, that not every misfortune is a result of priestly error, that maybe, just maybe, the world is complicated. The king stares at you for a long time. Then he asks if your robe has always had that stain on the hem, and suddenly you're on trial for maize blight. It's not that people don't respect you. They do. They bow. They listen. They praise your eloquence and your sacred lineage. They offer you gifts, usually slightly moldy ones, and call you great interpreter of the winds. But the moment a bird flies east instead of west, it's your name they mutter. And when the stars flicker just a little too fast, your scrolls are the first ones they burn. Your assistants aren't helpful, either. Half of them are busy with their own egos. The other half too terrified to question anything. They just nod, adjust your headdress, and whisper, maybe if you bleed a little more this week. You started to wonder if this was the God's plan all along. Appoint one poor fool to absorb the stress of the entire kingdom, like a divine emotional sponge. You, with your rituals, your precision, your unwavering loyalty, were just a convenient target. A lightning rod made of feathers and unrealistic expectations. The worst part, you're good at it. Too good. Because when things do go right, when the rains come on time, when the crops swell, when the stars align, everyone nods and says, of course. The priest kept the balance. And then they immediately forget. No parades. No holidays. No statues. Just a satisfied burp from the temple kitchen and a new list of demands for next season's ceremonies. Because success isn't praised. It's expected. You've become the spiritual janitor of a culture obsessed with cosmic order. When something breaks, you clean it up. When something creaks, you chant it silent. And when the roof collapses because some idiot built it with unblessed wood, you bless it. Then you bleed on it. Then you get blamed anyway. And still, you get up each day, wrap yourself in your heavy ceremonial cloak, walk into the temple chamber with your head high and your knife sharp, and ask the gods for guidance. Not because they always answer, but because if they don't, you're still responsible. You are the sacred middleman, the holy interpreter, the national scapegoat in feathered boots. And the next time lightning strikes too close to the palace, you already know what they'll say. You've thought about it many times, quietly, in secret, usually around the third hour of bleeding, when your knees are going numb and your ceremonial robe is sticking to places you'd rather not mention in public. Retirement, stepping down, a quiet exit from the divine hamster wheel. It sounds so peaceful. You imagine yourself living in a small hut, maybe on the outskirts of the city. A garden, some quiet, no blood, no fire pits, no interpretive dance for rain spirits. Just sleep, real sleep. Sleep where no one bursts in your chamber screaming that Venus is 2 degrees off and someone just vomited on the maize altar. But there's a problem. You can't quit. Ever. There's no process. No scroll. No ceremonial rite of resignation. You checked. You even asked the high scribe once, cautiously, like you were asking if it was okay to breathe more quietly on temple grounds. He looked at you like you just suggested marrying a goat. But you're the chosen one, he said. You can't stop. Ah yes, the old chosen one clause. That convenient bit of divine bureaucracy that means your job ends either when you die or when the gods find someone younger with shinier feathers. Which hasn't happened yet. So, congratulations. You're stuck. And let's say, hypothetically, you try to quit anyway. Let's say you walk into the temple one morning, drop your obsidian blade, and say, I'm done. What happens? First, everyone freezes. The apprentices stop grinding herbs. The birds stop singing. Somewhere, a cloud passes in front of the sun just to underline the drama. Then someone, probably the most annoying junior priest, the one with the permanently raised eyebrows, says, but the gods need you. Do they? Do they really? Or do you just know how to chant in a right meter and have an excellent sense of star placement? But none of that matters. Because now there's a council, a gathering of elders, a ceremonial intervention where they ask if you're feeling disconnected from the divine. You nod. They recommend more fasting. You mention burnout. They suggest a stronger hallucinogenic powder. You say you're just tired. They pat your shoulder and hand you a heavier robe. You try to argue. You say, maybe the gods want me to rest. They nod again and say, then you must rest through work. Let your labor become your prayer. You begin to suspect they're just making this up as they go. And even if they finally let you go, what then? You can't exactly just disappear into the crowd. You spent years being the spiritual backbone of society. Your face is on ceremonial textiles. Your voice is echoed in every plaza. Children chant your name during solstices. You try to buy tamales at the market, and someone immediately starts confessing a dream about a flaming turtle that you're now legally obligated to interpret. You're the priest. You don't have an afterlife plan. No one trains you for what happens after the blood stops dripping and the drumbeat fades. They just assume you'll keep going. Forever. Until your bones give out or the gods decide to summon you to that great cosmic office in the sky. And worst of all, the gods never say thank you. You've sacrificed years, blood, sanity. You've prayed through storms, through eclipses, through political changes and celestial mistakes. You've endured being blamed for everything from bad harvests to sneezing festivals. You've done the impossible more than once. And still, the gods are silent. You once tried whispering, late at night, "Can I be done now?" The stars twinkled. The moon yawned. Nothing else. You tried faking an injury, limped dramatically during the rain ritual. Someone just offered to carry you while you chanted. You tried forgetting the sacred words. They just sent another priest to remind you. You once even disappeared for 2 full days. The city panicked. The king nearly declared a national emergency. When you returned, soaked and pretending to be lost in divine vision, they made you head of a new spiritual resilience committee with more responsibilities. So now you don't ask. You just keep going. Because somewhere deep inside, you know that quitting is not a thing that happens to people like you. You are not a man anymore. You are an institution. A feathered, sleep-deprived, ceremonial machine built to keep the city from unraveling every time a comet sneezes. And when your body finally gives out, when your knees refuse to climb the temple stairs, when your voice is too cracked to chant, they will carry you up. They'll stand you upright. They'll move your arms for you like a puppet if they have to. Because the people don't want a priest who retires. They want one who becomes legend, whether you want or not. There's no pension. That's the first thing you learn, though no one ever says it aloud. You'll never get a nice woven shawl and a basket of squash, and a thank you scroll from the king with your years of service engraved in gold. There's no little temple by the lake where old priests go to sip fermented cacao and gossip about weather omens. And there's certainly no ceremony for stepping down with grace and dignity after decades of bleeding on purpose for other people's spiritual comfort. There is only death, not in a dramatic, fiery, martyrdom kind of way. No, that would at least come with a statue. What you're heading for is a slow, sacred disintegration. Your bones will crack one day while kneeling before the May's altar. Your blood will stop flowing not because the gods are finally satisfied, but because your veins are too tired to bother. Your voice will give out halfway through a chant, and no one will notice, because the drummers will keep going. That's what you train them to do. Keep the performance alive, even after the actor has turned to dust. You know this. Everyone does. It's the silent contract you accepted when they first painted your face and handed you a ceremonial knife longer than your forearm. You devote your life to the gods, and in exchange, well, that's the trick. There's no exchange, just duty, and robes that get heavier each year. When you're young, it feels noble. You think, yes, I am part of something eternal. You imagine your name carved into the sacred stone, your prophecies studied by future priests who will speak of you with reverence. You think you'll matter, but then the years pile on. The eclipses blur together. The bloodlettings become harder to hide. You start forgetting things. Simple things. Which direction to face for the corn goddess. Which color smoke means peace, and which means mild social panic. You begin relying on apprentices who are too afraid to correct you and too inexperienced to know you're wrong. The gods don't send updates. The stars don't pause for your joints. The chants demand full breath, even when yours is ragged and shallow. There's no version of this job where you're allowed to sit down. You once asked the old priest, the one who trained you, back when your legs didn't shake just from standing, if he ever got tired. He just smiled, slowly, and said, "One day you'll understand." Then he walked up the temple steps during the rain festival, performed his final ritual, and died 3 hours later, sitting against the obsidian pillar with a look on his face like someone who had finally been given permission to stop trying. No one even called it death. They called it ascension. They said he was claimed by the gods. But you were there. You saw his hands. They were cracked and empty. He didn't look divine. He looked exhausted. And now you understand. You see the signs in yourself. The stiffness in the morning. The growing dread before each ceremony. The dreams that are no longer visions, but memories of a time when you thought this life would make you sacred instead of just responsible. You've asked, quietly, if the temple could assign more duties to the younger priests. You suggested a mentorship role, something ceremonial, respectful. They nodded, smiled, then handed you a longer list of ritual appearances because the people expect it. Of course they do. The people always expect it, because they don't see the man. They see the title, the robes, the feathers, the performance. You've become part of the architecture. And architecture doesn't retire. It crumbles. Even your death won't be yours. They'll dress you in the finest cloth, paint your face with symbols of cosmic endurance, place you upright in a ceremonial pose as if you were simply deep in divine meditation. They'll call it peaceful, holy, perfect timing. They'll whisper that the gods called you home because you had fulfilled your purpose. No one will say you died because you were tired, and no one would let you rest. The temple will hold a ceremony. The king will appear briefly and nod as if he personally knew you. The apprentices will weep dramatically and secretly hope they don't get promoted too quickly. And the next day, a new priest will be anointed. The same robes, the same rituals, the same knife. The cycle continues, because the system isn't built for endings, just continuations, replacements. The temple endures. The gods are silent, and the people need someone, anyone, to whisper meaning into the smoke. So you keep walking, you keep chanting, you keep offering more than you have until the day your body simply doesn't. Because that's a retirement plan. It's not freedom. It's not legacy. It's not peace. It's just death. You think there would be a reward. A feast, maybe. Some applause. a ceremonial thank you basket with incense, and exactly one guilt-free nap. Because the world didn't end. You got it right. Again, you stood on top of the temple in your feathered agony, chanted until your lungs gave out, bled at the right angle, appeased the sun, begged the stars, and whispered all the sacred syllables in the correct, ancient, migraine-inducing order. The eclipse came. The darkness passed. The gods didn't annihilate reality. And yet, the next morning, you're still summoned to a meeting with the High Priest Council. They are not smiling, because now they're asking, why was everyone so scared? Why did the king nearly faint? Why did half the villagers throw up? And why, in the name of all divine symmetry, was the maze altar accidentally facing southwest during the final prayer? You try to explain, gently, respectfully. You remind them that the sky went black, that children were screaming, that a comet appeared at the exact wrong time, and you still held it together. But they're not here to praise you. They're here to assess your performance. Turns out, you can survive the celestial apocalypse and still get a bad review. They say you over-dramatized the chance. They say your sacrifices were a bit theatrical. They say your eclipse timing, though ultimately accurate, caused public concern. And most damning of all, they say your blood, your own sacred blood, could have had more clarity of purpose. You blink. You wonder if this is a dream. It's not. They have scrolls, minutes, notes from observers. Too much pacing. One wrote. Seemed agitated. Was sweating. You were sweating because the sun disappeared. But no one cares about context. They care about optics. Because when the world doesn't end, people don't feel relief. They feel embarrassment. They look back and see how scared they were, how easily they panicked, how fast they threw offerings into fire pits, how quickly they turned on their neighbors over rumors of demon birds in the hills. And someone needs to take the blame for that. It can't be them. So it's you. You, the priest who predicted the end and stopped it. You, who kept them from unraveling into cosmic soup. You, who chanted until your throat gave out and offered the last good obsidian blade because the others weren't symmetrical enough. You saved them. And now, they're saying, perhaps we need someone with a calmer energy. That's code. You know it. It means someone younger, someone more fashionable, someone who doesn't have a limp and isn't haunted by the memory of 3 separate eclipses, 2 droughts, and a year when the moon turned orange, and everyone blamed that thing you said during the solstice. They say they're not firing you. They say they're transitioning leadership. They say it's an opportunity for growth. And for a moment, you consider arguing, reminding them that you trained most of these idiots, that the new guy still thinks Venus is a constellation, that you've been bleeding and chanting longer than half of them have been alive. But then you look around the council room, and you realize something worse than being fired. You realize you're tired. Bone deep, soul level tired. Tired of making meaning from stars that don't explain themselves. Tired of dancing for the gods while everyone else gets to sleep. Tired of pretending your body doesn't ache and your faith doesn't fray a little more each season. So you nod. You bow. You hand over the knife. You leave the robe folded on the altar, its feathered collar still damp from the sweat of 1,000 unthanked rituals. You step down from the temple steps, not with ceremony, but with the quiet limp of a man who gave everything and received only suspicion. No one stops you. No one says, thank you, because the world didn't end, which means someone must have been overreacting. And that someone, obviously, must have been the priest. No one tells you that being sacred is basically the same as being alone forever. At first, it seems like a high honor. You are set apart, they say, touched by the divine. You were the special colors, eat the blessed food, stand closer to the gods than anyone else in the city. People bow when you walk past. They clear the path. They lower their voices. You're revered. But somewhere around year 3 of being untouchable, it starts to feel less like reverence and more like exile. Because you're not allowed to date. Obviously. You are too pure for that, too elevated. Your body is technically the property of the temple, a vessel of the sacred, which is a poetic way of saying you're basically a breathing, bleeding ceremonial object. You're expected to be above all earthly things: desire, attachment, companionship, comfort, love? Absolutely not. Lust? Not unless it's for metaphysical symmetry. Marriage? Hilarious. No, your affection must be saved for the gods. Which is ironic, because the gods don't write back. You spend your days surrounded by candles, smoke, and the echo of your own voice in a stone chamber. You wake up to chants and fall asleep next to sacred scrolls. You dream of fire, feathers, and bad omens. No one touches you. No one should touch you. You are too important. Except, you're still human. And the body doesn't care about status. It still gets lonely. It still craves warmth, connection, a hand on the shoulder that doesn't come with ceremonial gloves, and a whispered apology for breaking the rules. You once tried to explain it. Gently, carefully. You said, "The gods are vast. Yes, but they don't hold you when the sky cracks open." The high priest looked at you with pity and told you to fast for clarity. You fasted. Nothing got clearer. There are moments, long, slow, silent moments, when you wonder what it would be like to sit beside someone and not have to interpret their dreams, to talk about something other than comets, to laugh freely without worrying whether the sound might offend the ears of the maze goddess. But even thinking like that makes you feel disloyal, so you push it down. You remind yourself that love is a mortal distraction. That joy is not your role. You are the keeper of balance, not the seeker of comfort. You serve the city, the gods, the calendar, the moon phases, everything but yourself. And still, late at night, after the chants have faded and the last torches burn low, there's a part of you that aches. Not with lust, exactly. Not even with romance. Just with emptiness. You've trained yourself to ignore it, to smother it beneath ritual. But every so often, you catch a glimpse, in the reflection of a rain basin, in the tired eyes of a traveler, in the quiet laughter of two villagers sitting too close together on a stone bench, of what you're missing. You had one chance once, long ago, before your final anointing. There was someone. They brought you tamales during your training. They smiled in a way that made your lungs go soft. You talked. You listened. You nearly touched hands once, but you pulled away. Even then, you knew where this road was heading. When you were promoted, they stopped visiting. Not because they didn't care, but because they were told, by others, by the system, by polite whispering ghosts of tradition, that you are now for everyone, which is temple code for no one. You still think of them sometimes. When you can't sleep, when the eclipse passes and no one thanks you, when you realize you've said more words to the stars this month than to any human being. And the worst part, you start to believe it's right. You start to think maybe you shouldn't be touched. Maybe you are too sacred, too different, too far gone. You tell yourself it's noble. You recite your lines. You pour your blood. You offer your body, your mind, your whole flickering soul to the service of people who will never let you be one of them. You're adored, but never loved. You're praised, but never held. You're holy, but you are not happy. And the gods, they stay silent, like always. You spent your life bleeding on stone, chanting at stars, fasting for visions, and decoding the subtle, passive-aggressive hints of the gods. You were a priest, a real one, with all the anxiety, duty, and slow mental collapse that comes with the title. You held up your civilization like a human scaffolding made of bone and feathers, and at no point did you ever consider yourself a wizard. But that's not what people remember. Centuries pass. The temple is overgrown. The calendar is forgotten. The city becomes ruins with a gift shop. And suddenly you, the overworked priest who once sobbed quietly after a night of failed eclipse chants, are being called a sorcerer. Not even a flattering one, You're a mysterious robed figure in some confused documentary with bad recreations and even worse pronunciation. They say you summoned fire from the sky, that you commanded celestial forces, that you possessed forbidden knowledge, now lost to time, which is a very poetic way of describing the fact that you could do basic math and didn't panic when Saturn showed up early. Somehow, your careful, painful, thankless work has become legend, misremembered, warped, turned into bedtime stories for grown-ups with crystals on their bookshelves. Your star charts, which took you decades to assemble, often while hallucinating from blood loss, are now considered proof that you were in touch with aliens. Yes, aliens. Apparently, it's more believable that you had help from space reptiles than that you were just really good at trigonometry. Your ceremonial robes, misinterpreted as magical cloaks. Your sacred chants, ancient spells. Your ritual dagger, the one you used with trembling hands and a deep sense of existential dread. They say it was a wand, or a lightning talisman, or a relic from Atlantis, depending on which late-night host is narrating. You, who once begged the gods for a sign and got a thunderstorm followed by a rat infestation, are now remembered as someone who could control weather patterns with his will. You couldn't even control your apprentices. And yet here you are, centuries later, immortalized in bad CGI and conspiracy podcasts. They paint you as a lone figure, standing heroically on the temple steps, arms raised, summoning cosmic power like some divine sorcerer. They forget the part where you threw up behind the altar because you hadn't eaten in 3 days. They forget the part where the king yelled at you for not predicting the eclipse down to the second. They forget the part where you collapsed after the ceremony and woke up to a chicken pecking your ankle because someone forgot to lock the offering cage. No, all of that is gone. Now you're the ancient wizard of the Sun Temple. There are books about you, glossy ones with shiny covers. People take guided tours through your old temple and gasp at the sacred geometry you scratched into the stone with a half-broken bone shard and zero budget. They say it's magical, alchemical, a message from the stars. It was a calendar. You were just trying to keep track of Tuesdays. You didn't want power. You didn't want glory. You wanted to make sure the sun came back and that people stopped screaming every time it rained sideways. You wanted a system, a rhythm, some small, fragile order in a universe that didn't care if you lived or died. But the universe forgot that part. And so now, long after your bones have crumbled, you are no longer a priest. You are a legend. You are mystery. You are that weird figure with glowing eyes in someone's YouTube thumbnail titled 10 Lost Powers of the Ancient World. You tried to build something useful. Instead, you became a vibe. You were tired. You were scared. You were just doing your job. But people don't remember jobs. They remember magic, even when it wasn't.